Yo, 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 yo. What up,
Hey,
man?
brother.
Why are we not up on the screen right now? Do you see it? We're live, but it just shows us at the bottom. I'm not sharing anything.
I don't know. It's a whole different little. Nothing looks like it normal.
What's going on?
I don't know. Maybe they updated or something.
What?
I don't know, man. It's not the same setup. It's just good news. I don't know if you did something different. Let's get the StreamYard thing up there.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
it's
know.
got us at the bottom.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Oh,
There it
here we
is.
go. Here we go. Okay. What's up, everybody? Sorry about that. I'm over here like, hey, there's some there's another Congress thing going on. This time it's Senate, and I was watching just a little bit of it. I'm like, you know what? This is perfect for us. These people are just telling and bitching about what's going on with our immigration. Now, again, I am not a firm standing on the left or the right, but I am very standing on immigration. I that's the one thing that I think is very important. But we've heard a million different stories. Now, I don't believe anything these people are going to say, but I'm more than willing to listen. And that's the best way to do that at this point in life is to try to at least listen to hear the bull that they're going to spit at you. So let's just hope, let's just see what these people got to say. And let's get this bad boy popping. So, yeah, hold on, guys. I'm setting this up real fast so I can get this going. I forgot to
Don't forget to hit the like, share, subscribe.
I forgot to do something here. Hope how you been, bro? What'd you do today? You have a good day?
I woke up. I got good sleep.
Hmm.
And, I got good sleep. I got some. I took care of my tents, and here we are.
What'd you think about yesterday's show? Like, what'd you think about all those did you know that they like the bill's sitting on Trump's desk right now? What's he gonna do? Are they saying?
Uh, I don't know, Bubba.
I have a whole thing on that. I just didn't want to go down it because I wanted to have a little more um I wanted to go in a few different angles with it. And I also, to those that are watching, I think tonight might be a good night. If not tonight, tomorrow night, I'm gonna go down and really talk about this digital ID because it has now made it to America. I think it's in Utah now. They are passing a bill, and it's going to be starting in Utah. So we're gonna get into all that too. But I do want to watch this, and because my favorite topic is immigration, I'm not gonna lie. I've been talking about this for years. So for this is all coming to an end, not an end, but a crescendo. So let's get into it. Thanks for sticking around. We got 19 people. If you can just smash the like, I'd appreciate it. Let's get this algorithm moving. Other than that, God bless y'all. And I am going to now flip it over and give y'all what I said I would, which is um the Senate. Here we go. Ryan, you'll probably like this because there's a lot of blaming. There's a lot of blaming certain people, bro. What's going on here? What's what's going on here? Literally. Hold on, let me try this again. It literally had something wrong because of this. Why is it doing this? There we go. What is up with that? It says chat is disabled for the stream. Okay. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Was that not? It wasn't full, was it? That was not full. All right, Ryan, talk to the chat for a minute if there's anybody up in there. Let me figure this out real fast. Sorry, guys. It was like whited out there for a minute. I gotta pull pull it up because I am not sure why it was white.
What's up, Glenn? How you doing, buddy?
There we go. Bet. Ooh. All right. All right, guys. Here we go. Sorry about that. Let's get the show popping. I'll be able to talk my shit once now. I just had to get this show going. Let's go.
Immigration law.
There we go, guys. Let's
There.
go.
Groups primarily on
Sorry
the
about
left
that.
and even elected officials at the federal, state, and local
What's up, Glenn?
continue to vilify
What's up, Amy?
immigration enforcement officials who are simply carrying out their duties required under the law.
We don't. We give the president support. I'm not really on either side, bro.
Hi, Forster.
I don't trust any of them,
We'll
man.
discuss how the
I
mainstream
just
media
like
gaslights the public about the true
I
scope
just
of
like
criminal alien
the truth,
activity
bro.
in the United States.
I'm not on either side at
First,
this
let me
point.
take
I
a
can't
moment to
stand
remind
Trump.
everyone how we got to this point.
I can't
President
stand
Biden
any of our
invited
government.
millions of unvetted illegal aliens into the
Hi,
United
Virgil.
States.
How you doing, bro?
These included hundreds of thousands of criminal aliens, violent gang members, and even individuals on the terror watch list.
Yeah,
And
the
wherever these
Democrats are
aliens go,
shit.
they
Please,
went
no caps.
paperless in major
Please.
cities across the United States. These criminal aliens took up residence in states, counties, and cities that call themselves sanctuary cities like Los Angeles, Portland, and Chicago.
Ryan's favorite
Sadly,
city.
many of these communities have suffered for decades under the weight of failed policing mandates. The influx of millions of illegal aliens exacerbated the failure of these policies, resulting in skyrocketing crime. Local residents have begged their elected leaders to reverse course and to
Hi,
address
Candy.
rising crime, but to no avail. To add insult to injury, imagine their surprise when they learned that these Biden-era illegal aliens were prioritized for all types of public
Hi,
services,
Candy. How you
including
doing?
housing, schooling, and medical care funded by their tax dollars. In some cities,
Good night,
police
you.
departments were hamstrung by budget cuts in order to prioritize spending on illegal immigrants. Thankfully, President Trump has listened to these concerns and fulfilled one of his most important campaign promises: to secure the border and remove illegal aliens from the United States. Aggressive immigration enforcement is not unprecedented, nor is it a particularly partisan issue. The reality is that President Obama, who was once praised for unifying the country, deported more than 2.5 million
Love you, Candy.
illegal aliens, earning him the title the deporter in chief at some point.
Yeah, that is insane.
But ever since President Trump was sworn into office and began prioritizing immigration enforcement, assaults and attacks on immigration agents and officers have skyrocketed. These immigration officers are law enforcement officers that are doing what their country has asked them to do, which is to enforce our laws, just like every other law enforcement officer. They carry out their sworn duties to uphold the law and arrest those who violated our laws. And make no mistake, we're talking about the arrests of criminal aliens who have committed some of the most heinous crimes: murder, rape, sexual abuse, and molestation of children, aggravated robbery and assault, kidnapping, human smuggling, theft, and even acts of terrorism. But you don't have to take my word for it. DHS has published dozens of press releases highlighting the criminal aliens whom ICE and CBP have apprehended. These criminal aliens were hiding in the United States, some for years, and were allowed to continue terrorizing American communities. DHS has reported that currently more than 415,000 illegal aliens in the United States already have criminal convictions. 415,000. Of that number, nearly 400,000 aren't even detained. They're still out there somewhere in our neighborhoods wreaking havoc. There is unfortunately a lot of misinformation spread among the American public by the news media and the social media, especially regarding the current laws that authorize our immigration enforcement officers and what they are allowed to do and what they're required to do, and why they have to go into these communities to arrest illegal aliens, especially in so-called sanctuary cities. Immigration enforcement officers are well trained and many with years of experience. The only reason that ICE and CBP must go out in our streets and seek out and arrest criminal aliens is because sanctuary cities simply refuse to cooperate with law enforcement and allow them to be transferred directly from jail if detained. According to the Center for Immigration Studies, there are
I
12
want to stop that
sanctuary
real fast.
states.
That's a big argument I have with a lot of the left when they say, "Well, why don't they just ship them out straight from the jail?" Because these sanctuary cities aren't shipping them out; it's catch and release. That's why. Or if they do ship them out, they just send them back and then they come right back here again. At least they were.
And more than 200 sanctuary cities and counties across the United States. Many of them have passed laws that prevent their police department from cooperating with immigration enforcement or sharing information about detained or incarcerated aliens or honoring DHS detainers. Consequently, criminal aliens are often released back into their communities, inevitably to
Did I
reoffend
just say that?
rather than being detained before being placed into custody.
It's called catch and release.
This practice is not only defies common sense, but it makes the role of immigration enforcement officers much more difficult and in the end, more painful for these communities. The mainstream media, unfortunately, has shown no willingness to educate the public. Instead of reporting these realities truthfully, mainstream media outlets like CNN, MSNBC, and ABC have ignored the real harm that these criminal aliens have caused in these communities and instead directed their ire toward law enforcement. I want to be sure, however, to praise those reporters who do their job honestly, who've called out false statements when they see them on social media or otherwise. That is also an important function of the media, and it does not go unnoticed. Here's one example where
What's up, Billy?
Malugin of Fox News points out a social media post depicting an infant with handcuffs on as false, which is, of course, comes from TikTok. TikTok is owned by the
Dude, you people are brainwashed from TikTok.
Chinese government in part and operates under the rules set by the Chinese Communist Party and is famous for their propaganda and disinformation efforts. But here's an example of how TikTok is sowing dissension among Americans by suggesting
Hey,
somehow
Billy.
that
The ball.
U.S. law enforcement officials are doing things like detaining an infant, and it looks like even putting them in handcuffs, which is obviously a false statement.
Could you imagine if they put an infant in handcuffs?
We also know that some of our Democratic colleagues have used incendiary rhetoric to fan the flames of public protests that are anything but mostly peaceful. The result has been widespread assaults on our law enforcement officers. Protesters and criminal aliens have physically attacked officers. Officers have been pepper sprayed, choked, punched, or even injured to the point of hospitalization. Protesters have made violent threats against ICE officers, comparing them to fascists and Nazis, inciting more violence against immigration officers who are, again, simply doing the job that Congress has asked them to do. They are enforcing federal laws. They've rammed officers with vehicles, thrown tear gas, smoke grenades, rocks, bottles, and even punched and shot at our ICE officers. Left-wing protesters have laid down in the road in an attempt to prevent vehicles from belonging to law enforcement from entering or leaving detention facilities, and even slashed the tires on government vehicle cars, all to prevent ICE and CBP from doing their jobs. These groups have also interfered with the capture of illegal aliens, including facilitating the escape of a convicted child rapist and an alien convicted for narcotics and weapons possession. Some of these protesters are outright lunatics, and I don't use this word lightly. Anyone watching the news has seen protesters from every corner of the radicals' left base. We've seen everything from straight up thugs committing physical violence to activists dressed as dinosaurs and rabbits. And in some costumes that I won't even hazard a guess as to what they are trying to represent. We've even seen some dancing grandmas trying to stop enforcement of our immigration laws, one Jane Fonda dance move at a time.
5, 6, 7, now do the grapevine.
Well, suffice it to say, some of these activists have become so divorced from reality as to be characterized accurately as unhinged. But when you give protesters information about who is being targeted and why, suddenly they see the wisdom of this action.
Hey, y'all, be careful. They're arresting people at work here. Hardworking Americans who build, the ones who do all your landscaping,
What a
work on your
dumbass.
cars, fix all your stuff. They're coming out here taking them all. They're coming out here just taking everybody at work. Be careful, everybody. Don't go to work today.
I think I've heard somebody say that before.
What a dumbass.
Oh, you do? Yeah. Never mind. Weirdo. Never mind. Beto.
Many of us look to law enforcement officers for protection in cases of robbery, burglary, or assault. Why can't we extend the same level of respect to law enforcement officers who carry out our other laws that Congress has passed, like our immigration laws? The left sometimes calls themselves the party of the people, but they don't seem to have much regard for their fellow man and woman when they engage in tactics designed to impede ICE and CBP from getting criminal aliens off our streets and out of the United States. Why is the radical left so intent on protecting illegal aliens and U.S. citizens who are suffering the consequences of violent crime? To me, that is the most important question that remains unanswered. I now recognize Senator Padilla, the ranking member.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me first say that violence against law enforcement is never okay. And I speak for all my Democratic colleagues in the committee and the Senate for that matter. In saying so, violence against law enforcement is never okay. And I will continue to emphasize that as we have in the past. We will today and in the future, if for no other reason, because many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle suggest and accuse Democrats of believing otherwise. But for today's hearing, let me begin with a very simple question. Why are we here? Are we here truly to conduct oversight and find ways to actually improve the situation and public safety in our communities? Or are we simply here to throw more fuel on the political fire? Today's hearing title tells us all we need to know. Quote, the radical left's crusade against immigration enforcement. That doesn't exactly set the stage for a productive, serious conversation about how we both protect law enforcement officials and improve public safety. It's the title of the next exercise in Republican political theater. That's really what's happening here. So let me once again say that violence against law enforcement is never okay. But I refuse to sit back as this committee attempts to use or condone the use of law enforcement as a shield for abuses of power by this administration.
down and
If
up
today's hearing was
130
indeed a
views at
serious
time,
effort to protect our law enforcement,
motherfuckers?
we would have government witnesses testifying before us today and fielding
Yeah,
our
man.
questions as a committee. But that's not the case. If today's hearing was a serious effort, those government witnesses would be providing facts and data behind the numbers that our Department of Homeland Security so often cites to claim an increase in assaults on its officers and agents. But even after repeated requests, months and months of requests from my office and from others to the Department of Homeland Security to back up their claims of is it 500%? Is it 1,000%? Now we're even hearing claims of up to 8,000% increase in assaults or death threats. They've refused to provide them. Mr. Chairman, you're very well aware of this. You and I discussed this last week. And as far as I can tell, they've even refused your requests for data and statistics. Why am I insisting on this? Why am I making this point? Because that data is critical. Not only would it allow us to actually verify their claims, but that data would be critical to informing our policy response. So no, today's hearing is not a serious attempt to protect law enforcement. It's designed to fuel the propaganda machine and encourage even more brutal immigration enforcement operations. It's designed to cover up for the fact that after President Trump pledged to go after the worst of the worst, this we do know from DHS statistics. Over 70% of those currently detained in ICE custody have no criminal record. If they were simply focused on those truly dangerous, violent criminals, there would be no objection, there would be no debate, there would be no discussion. But the reality is far from
Hi,
their claims.
Alfonso.
Look, he said they're not criminals, but if they come in here illegally, you are a criminal.
Yep.
That's not true.
Same time, what we are seeing every day,
They might not be like criminals, like, you know, they're not going to go rob you or something, but they're still breaking the law.
is new acts of brutality and misuse of force in communities across the country. But my guess is that today you won't be hearing about the Department of Homeland Security's violent takedowns of peaceful, hardworking, long-term immigrants who don't have that violent criminal record that the administration wants you to believe. And I'm not just making this up. There's case after case, including a deaf DACA recipient who had his hands cuffed and his phone taken away so he couldn't communicate as he was shoved into the back of a car. You won't hear about the journalists who are threatened and assaulted, one so severely in New York they had to be hospitalized. You won't hear about the clergy being shot in the head with a pepper ball or arrested for attempting to administer the sacrament of communion to the faithful at a detention facility. And you won't hear about the 170 American citizens, there's probably more, but that's what's been documented, caught up in these chaotic immigration raids. American citizens caught up in these raids. Even as Secretary Noem lies and claims to say, when she says that no American citizens have been detained, every week we read new reports about another American who's had their neck kneeled on, their door blown off, or their windows smashed, and even a pregnant woman in Florida, a United States citizen who was thrown to the ground during an arrest, and who later
Are they really?
Are they though?
Come on.
Every day across the country, masked agents have become so emboldened that even a Reagan-appointed federal judge
Exactly what they're doing.
quote, "In all our history, we have never tolerated an armed, masked secret police carrying
Please send
on
it to my
in this
Instagram.
fashion."
Yeah, send it.
End quote.
Send it
This
to my
administration
Instagram.
ignores the
show
fundamental rights
Okay,
to due
cool.
process
Show it
every
to me.
day as it carries
Hold on.
out this authoritarian
on.
enforcement agenda.
I'm not on any side, so go ahead. Send it to my Instagram, and you got proof of that stuff. You got videos. You did your research. Send it my way. I'll present it.
And instead has replaced it with the idea that if you look or talk a certain way, That's enough.
But
for
then
to be
you
detained or
obviously
even
don't know
get
how to
deported.
research if you
Yeah,
can't
no
even
shit,
Have
dude.
post
a
damn
day
fucking
in court.
Instagram post.
Oh my
It's not just
God.
morally wrong. It's an attack on our fundamental liberties and the rule of law in the United States of America.
260 views, bro.
My
But
God.
again, Republicans don't want to discuss any of this. Why? Out of fear of crossing the president and his outrage machine? Americans have had enough. They're sick of masked agents disrespecting daycares, schools, and churches, disappearing loved ones, and intimidating our communities.
Oh, whoever's fucking
Americans are
with it,
demanding
you're
that we
gonna
do
get
something.
somebody fucked.
So,
I
Mr.
promise
Chairman, it's
you.
clear to me that this hearing will
God
not be a
damning shit on
serious
somebody.
or constructive conversation. And for that reason, I refuse to give oxygen to the fire of
around.
disinformation and propaganda that this hearing was set up to ignite. And I refuse to be part of this charade.
I agree. This shit.
Well, Senator Padilla, I think you say we're not discussing a lot of those items, but I think you just raised a lot of interesting questions that I'd be happy to discuss and ask questions of the witnesses and get their views. This is not necessarily the only
I wasn't
hearing
talking to you,
we're going to
Lise.
be having on this topic. And I think given the fact that there is so much disinformation, it's important for us to get the facts and not just rely on misinformation, which seems to be rampant. I'll proceed to introduce the witnesses. The first is Sheriff Roy Boyd of Goliad County, Texas. Everybody who knows a little about Texas history knows the importance of Goliad and the Texas Revolution. Goliad's in rural South Texas with a population of around 1,000, situated halfway between Houston and Laredo along US Highway 59. Sheriff Boyd's been a peace officer for 31 years and retired from the Victoria Police Department and Victoria Sheriff's Department before becoming the sheriff of Goliad County. Sheriff Boyd also worked as one of the co-leaders on Texas's Operation Lone Star. Mia Cathell is an investigative journalist at the Washington Examiner, tracking activist movements in the U.S. and civil unrest across the country. She closely monitors mobilization strategies, funding sources, and the ideologies driving political violence. Her coverage of operations has caught the attention of the White House as the Trump administration seeks to dismantle far-left domestic terrorism networks. Danielle Carter Walters is co-founder and vice president of Chicago Flips Red and a dedicated political activist and community advocate. Chicago Flips Red is a grassroots organization dedicated to transforming the political landscape by prioritizing the needs of Chicago's communities and residents. Ms. Carter Walters has been a vocal critic of the city's sanctuary policies and the misallocation of public resources during the migrant crisis.
It just keeps
In
wanting
April
to go back
2025,
up,
Ms. Carter Walters testified before the U.S. House Judiciary Subcommittee on Immigration Integrity, Security, and Enforcement about sanctuary. She urged federal and state leaders to end sanctuary policies and prioritize the need of American citizens. If you all please rise and I'll administer the oath. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Sheriff Boyd, why don't we start with you? And if you take about 5 minutes or so to make an opening statement, and then I'm sure we'll have some questions for you.
Thank you, Senator. To the Honorable Chair and
I'm sorry, but
Committee on the
no
Judiciary.
cap.
My name is Roy Boyd. I'm the Sheriff of Goliad County, which is rural South Texas County, about halfway between Laredo and Houston, as the Senator said.
Is it 100%?
Discuss the current situation with regards to law enforcement and the enforcement of the laws, and more specifically, the implementation of the 287G task force model and the need to expand the program and change our model of conducting law enforcement operations across the United States of America. Here's why these efforts are important to the future of our nation and the safety of our citizens. While illegal immigration has been a historical issue along the U.S.-Mexico border, this changed more than a decade ago when the cartels seized control of the border regions of Mexico and changed their business model to include smuggling of people. When this happened, the cartels began controlling who came across the border and began torturing and killing anyone who attempted to violate their control by crossing into the U.S. without paying the cartels. This control gave rise to a new way for the cartels to conduct business throughout the United States and beyond. In Mexico, the federal government leases territories to criminal organizations in what they refer to as the plaza system. The Mexican government limited smuggling and trafficking activities in exchange for a monthly fee, with any activity above and beyond requiring additional payments to government officials as a tax on excess illicit commerce. The cartels have replicated this Mexican government's program in the geographic control throughout the United States. I've witnessed this firsthand when I was the chief deputy for Victoria County Sheriff's Office, which is next door to Goliad. The Gulf Cartel took control of the cocaine trade in Victoria and surrounding counties. They then leased the sole distribution rights for the dealing of pure cocaine to the Houston chapter of the Mexican Mafia. The Gulf Cartel then sent out people onto the streets to tell the other dealers that unless they were authorized distributors of pure cocaine, they would have to cut their product by at least 50% with inert material. After operations were underway, the cartel sent people back out on the streets to purchase cocaine from non-authorized distributors for the purpose of testing the product for purity. If the cocaine was without inert product, the dealer was given a warning about violating the cartel's control of the product within the plaza. During this time, we began to receive word from local cocaine dealers that local cocaine dealers were disappearing. Many families were not reporting their missing loved ones to the authorities out of fear of retribution from the cartel and the Mexican Mafia. In total, our contacts on the streets advised that at least 10 drug dealers had refused to dilute their product and had been disappeared, never to be seen again. Only one family went public and sought justice for their son. We never found him or discovered what became of him or his remains. The other aspect of this new business model was that cartels began using illegal aliens smuggled into the United States as part of their logistic workforce. When people are smuggled into the U.S., they must pay a fee to the cartels in order to gain safe passage. In our area, most illegal aliens are smuggled into Houston for transport across the eastern half of the United States. Once in Houston, they are given the final amount that they owe the cartels and their contractors for being here. From there, the illegal aliens end up in various forms of indentured servitude across our nation. However, as part of that obligation of the cartels, these people have to be willing to provide labor and other services to pay off their final debt. We've interviewed many illegal aliens who have been smuggled into Texas during our investigations. What we found is that some will pay off the debt with money over a period of 8 to 13 years. Some will pay off the debt by smuggling other illegal aliens or drugs into the United States. Some will move illegal aliens and drugs from one area of the interior to another. Others will be placed into forced prostitution or will be called upon to provide material support in the unloading or moving of drugs and in the areas in which they reside.
Are you
We
a
think these indentured
constitutional
people
lawyer,
can just
Lisa?
decide not to cooperate once they are here.
I
That
sure
is
hope
not the
not.
case. The cartels have a vast intelligence network and keep records of the people they smuggle, to include family member information. I've had illegal aliens involved in criminal activity tell me that they had no choice but to commit criminal acts in order to prevent their family members from being placed into bondage and doing unspeakable acts in their home countries. What this means is that millions of illegal aliens now residing in the United States are part of the logistical support operation
Well,
for
things have
illicit
changed,
cartel
Lisa.
activities
It's a different
throughout
world
our
we're living
country.
in.
If our goal is to dismantle cartel operations in the United States, we will never be able to do so unless we deny them the logistical capacity to conduct business in a manner that generates an acceptable stream of revenue to be moved from the United States into their home countries. In order to take the initiative in what can only be seen as asymmetrical warfare against the cartels and their business models, law enforcement must change their mindset and must change their methodology. We must look at what we have been doing in the past and ask if the billions of dollars we have spent are accomplishing the primary goals of the missions
Oh,
of the
but the
programs
law, but
implemented.
the laws.
In most cases, I will speculate that with an honest assessment, we will find that most of the federal dollars being pumped into law enforcement programs is remaining in urban areas where expense versus return is not in balance. According to ICE.gov, as of November 14th, 2025, there were 1,167 local and state law enforcement agencies in 40 states that had signed memorandums of agreement for at least one of the 287 programs. Only
Please, no
5
caps.
of those
Please.
agreements are for the participation in the task force model, which is a model that allows local and state law
Oh my
to
God.
conduct field immigration enforcement under the supervision of ICE with more than 18,000 local law enforcement agencies in the U.S.,
All right.
605
No more
agencies
caps.
assisting
I've said
ICE
it
in the
multiple
field
times, please.
is
Thank
insufficient
you.
to hinder the profit margin of the
You
cartels.
got her. All right.
If we are to succeed in this
Next time you
monumental
say
task,
something,
this effort of defeating the cartels, we must restructure our law enforcement efforts. We must disregard those who stand in the way of change, ignore the anti-American media outlets working against the interests of Americans, and create a new chain of command and organizational structure that allows for the synergy throughout
You're
full
not
spectrum of law
presenting any
enforcement
fact.
and streamlines the
Stop.
functionality in a
No
manner that
fact.
demands result
None.
and accountability
Stop
while
saying
ensuring
facts.
funds are being
Clearly,
utilized
you're a
in
far left
accordance with
liberal.
their
When you
intended
say
purpose.
facts, you don't
This
got
purpose must
shit.
be to
You
defund and
don't even
prosecute
know Instagram.
organized
I'm
criminal
sorry.
activity throughout
I don't
America,
use Instagram, but damn.
which will not
808.
happen if we fail to enforce our immigration laws and deport those who have violated our sovereignty and have placed themselves at the disposal of organizations who victimize our citizens. The presence of Mexican cartels in the United States has changed how domestic criminal organizations function. It has created a negative impact that is becoming more pervasive day by day. Street gangs, motorcycle gangs, and other domestic criminal organizations have all been relegated to the status of mere contractors and subcontractors for the cartels. As such, they are beholden to act as they are commanded by their masters. Furthermore, hostile foreign governments and organizations have joined to work alongside cartels in an effort to undermine the safety and security of the United States from within.
What's up, Waffle?
As a law enforcement professional who has witnessed the evolution
Said
of the influence
Waffle.
of foreign organized crime in the United States, I fear that if we fail to act swiftly and with purpose, we shall find ourselves on the path
Okay.
that mirrors the never-ending violence and instability found in Mexico. In the words of Peter Rangel, the general of the White Russian
Wants to
Army
drop
engaged in
200
fighting
again?
the Bolsheviks, we must have the courage to see things as they are, to look at the situation squarely in the face and be ready for fresh ordeals. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Ms. Carter Walters, if you'd proceed to
Bye.
make your statement, please.
Deuces, bitch. I couldn't take your shit. You
Good
did.
Hey,
afternoon, Chairman,
gave you how
and
many
members
chances?
of the subcommittee. My name is Danielle Carter Walters, Vice President of Chicago Flips Red.
Another account.
Thank you to President Donald J. Trump for giving regular citizens like me the courage to speak up. And thank you to this subcommittee for letting me share what is really happening in our city. Chicago Flips Red support the work the president is doing. And we fight for people of Chicago every day. We have also been targeted for doing what's right. Our founder, Zoe, and our advisor, Jessica Jackson, were attacked after speaking out about stolen property in poor neighborhoods.
No caps, Bubba.
And I recently faced pushback in Cook County
Sorry.
Court for trying to protect my community. Even with all of this, we stand with the men and women of ICE, officers who risk their lives daily. These officers
Exactly.
get no help from Governor Pritzker or Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Hit the like, everybody.
ICE
We got
has
300
found
people in here.
dangerous criminals in Chicago, violent felons,
Much love,
child
everybody.
traffickers,
Y'all be good. Hope
drug
everybody's good.
smugglers, and cartel members.
Come on, Nick.
all
No cap,
housed
Bubba.
under sanctuary city protection. ICE has stopped fentanyl shipments, broken up trafficking groups, and removed criminals who were hurting our neighborhoods. This work is especially needed in the Black communities that are still recovering from the crack and the AIDS crisis of 1980s and from the damage caused by the 94 crime bill orchestrated by Jim Crow Joe Biden and put into law by Bill Clinton. But instead of helping ICE, our state and city leaders block them. They refuse to share information, ignore detainers, and even threaten to arrest federal officers for just doing their jobs. Some judges have also joined in. They have made unfair rulings meant to scare ICE agents. One of the worst examples was when a judge ordered Agent Greg Brevino to report to court every day as if he were the criminal. That was not justice.
Bye, Nick.
It was political gains
Fuck out of here, bro.
backed by the
Time
fake
out.
news media. While this is happening, Mayor Johnson, Governor Pritzker are spending hundreds of millions of dollars on illegal aliens, while regular Chicagoans struggle. Schools are crowded, crime keep rising, and families can't afford food or rent. Yet our leaders still put illegal aliens first. Over 56,000 illegal aliens are living in Chicago homes, while our veterans and homeless sleep outside. Cartel gangs like MS-13, Trendy Agua now have presence in our city. Fentanyl, guns, and human trafficking are flowing through neighborhoods that used to be filled with working families. ICE tries to stop this, but the judges, the Illinois Attorney General, the Chicago's Teachers Union, certain clergy members, the mayor, and the governor block them every step of the way. This is not compassion. This is failure. This is a betrayal of the people they were elected to protect. Chicago is broke. We're in a $1 billion deficit, overpriced contracts, and shrinking middle class. Mayor Johnson blames the government in Washington, but the truth is simple. Sanctuary policies have brought chaos and corruption to our city. So we, the people of Chicago, we demand this: a federal review of how Illinois blocks ICE from doing their job, a criminal investigation into judges who target ICE officers unfairly, a full check of all the money spent by state and the city on migrant programs, police, Cook County, and federal agencies working together again with ICE, and an end to these sanctuary city policies that put our safety at risk. Sanctuary should mean safety for Americans. In Chicago, it now means giving up our rights and our security. To every leader still defending these harmful policies, your time of pretending to serve the people is over. We will speak up, we will stand up, and we will not let corruption decide the future of our city. We will take our city and state back because it's for we the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speak, woman,
Cathell?
speak.
My name is Mia Cathell.
I
I'm an
love that
investigative
woman, bro.
journalist at the Washington Examiner. I've
She
been closely
spoke.
covering
She
civil
was
unrest in the
speaking for
US since the
Chicago. Good for
2020
her,
racial
bro.
justice riots. Members of the subcommittee, thank you for
Thank
the
God Dell's
opportunity
not.
to be here before you today to testify about this important issue. When the uprisings against ICE erupted on the West Coast in June, we saw uniform signage, tactical gear, and boots on the ground activists deployed to Los Angeles, the epicenter of the unrest,
They
almost
already have been.
instantaneously.
Good
These
call,
certainly
madam.
were not spontaneous riots. They were well coordinated and, in fact, well funded. What we
That's
uncovered was
sideways.
an orchestrated
Hold on.
operation, and those at the
I'm
forefront of the
smoking. Let's
anti-ICE
get this
resistance
smoking
have
now.
received ample
What you
funding.
smoking now?
Chief among them is the
Type what you
Coalition
guys
for Humane
smoke. Put what you're
Immigrant
smoking
Rights
on
of
in the
Los
chat.
Angeles, or CHIRLA for short. CHIRLA, a 501c3 nonprofit, is
Skunk
part of a
number one.
sprawling anti-ICE activist network in the Los Angeles area, serving as rapid response to deportation
Yeah,
sightings.
John. I hear you,
CHIRLA
brother.
instructs its followers via Blue Sky to report ICE encounters to the Los Angeles Rapid Response Network.
That is definitely some
abbreviated
sideways. I can tell
Absolutely.
from a
CHIRLA
mile
co-founded
away,
Barn
bro.
in late January with the expressed intent
I
to
definitely
counter
could
the
tell that
incoming
was
Trump
sideways. I was
administration's
just like
immigration
looking from a
policies.
grip bag.
Here's how it works. In response to reports of immigration enforcement, called in over its
Biscotti and
hotline,
cherry pie.
Barn sends
Nice.
out cells
Yeah.
comprised of immigration lawyers, legal
Nice.
observers,
Strawberry
and
guava.
activist organizers in order to mobilize counter efforts
Strawberry
against ICE.
guava. Yummy.
This rapid response model is replicated elsewhere across the country using crowdsourced
I
surveillance
got some
software,
cured resin
some
too
quite
today.
sophisticated, or simply social media to track ICE activity in the region and alert activists, as well as illegal immigrants, to nearby ICE agents. CHIRLA has acquired its funding from federal and state sources. According to CHIRLA's tax filing from fiscal 2023, the group reported receiving about $34 million in government grants. In its capacity as a legal services provider, CHIRLA helps illegal immigrants, including those convicted of crimes, avoid deportation. Grant records show that Homeland Security,
Keep
the very
going. You went down
agency
to
CHIRLA's
100, bro.
protesting,
Like
has
what?
awarded the anti-deportation group
It
several six-figure
pops
grants
Which
back
since
up.
2014
Goes from like
as part of an
400
immigration
to
aid program
200.
that financially
I-
supports organizations actively
Well,
working to
I
remove
have
barriers
never
to
seen this much of a
naturalization.
dip off.
CHIRLA has also received generous taxpayer funding from the state of California. In 2023, the state's Department of Social Services awarded CHIRLA about $3 million for an initiative providing free legal services to immigrants, such as application assistance in cases seeking immigration remedies, that is, deportation relief. In 2022, CHIRLA received $1.37 million from California's Social Services Department, specifically to provide pro bono defense services in removal proceedings. CHIRLA's deportation team, nicknamed Warriors for Justice, was bankrolled by the Los Angeles Justice Fund, a public-private partnership between liberal grant-making foundations, the City of Los Angeles, and Los Angeles County. These grantees formed a
You don't have rights. You don't have the same rights as an American, bro. We've gone over this before, Dell. We don't have the same rights. They don't have the same rights as us. They're not born citizens.
removal defense pipeline in the county. Another far-left agitator group fomenting anti-ICE unrest is the Foreign-Funded Party for Socialism and Liberation, whose chapters mass mobilize their forces in major U.S. cities, many of them so-called sanctuaries or safe havens welcoming illegal immigration. At the time of the Los Angeles riots, PSL activated its followers from all corners of the country to take to the streets, rise up in solidarity, stage parallel protests, and force ICE out of LA, a rallying cry that has since been repurposed for cities targeted by federal immigration authorities. PSL's San Antonio arm explained to local press at the time that the more cities that oppose ICE operations through these pressure campaigns, the more difficult a federal crackdown becomes. PSL chapters, such as the ones operating in Washington, D.C. and Milwaukee, continue to convene ICE out rallies to stop the raids. Most recently, PSL led an emergency march in Charlotte, where activists were seen waving Mexican flags to drive out Border Patrol and, quote, defeat the deportation machine. PSO Charlotte began circulating call to action material days before Border Patrol made landfall in North Carolina. A coalition of local and national organizations sponsored the protests, including 5051, one of the organizers behind the nationwide No Kings movement. Left unchecked, these powerful actors work in tandem to advance agendas harmful to the safety and security of the nation. Their shared objective is to obstruct the enforcement of U.S. immigration law, legislation that Congress enacted. Simply put, the men and women of ICE are law enforcement officers tasked with carrying out their congressionally mandated duties. They are under increasing threat of targeted attacks and hostile demonstrations that often devolve into violent
I
attacks.
agree, Alfonso.
At this rate, I fear more political violence is to come unless federal officers take further steps.
I agree, Alfonso. Both sides are making out on this. Either way. I mean, if you know who's bringing in who brought in illegals, I'm gonna say one thing: Timothy Ballard funded Donald Trump, and he brought in all the Haitians into Ohio. So it's a left and a right thing. This is not me sitting here trying to blame the right or the left. I'm just presenting what is going on.
Steps to protect our federal officers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have a round of questions, and looks like our Democratic colleagues are boycotting the hearing. So Senator Moody and I will have a chance to ask questions we'd like. And I think there's a lot to cover. First of all, Sheriff Boyd, I know you were very active as a leader of Operation Lone Star in Texas. Would you describe what that is?
So in the state of Texas, you have Operation Lone Star, which is a state-initiated program that helps to focus state law enforcement to go out and to conduct anti-smuggling operations and to help secure the border in Texas, to provide assistance to our Border Patrol. And that's been going on since about 2021. But then you have the Operation Lone Star Grant, which is a grant from the state of Texas that provides funding to local agencies such as ourselves in order to pay for overtime and equipment needed to go out and combat transnational criminal activity across the state of Texas. And then what we have formed is the Operation Lone Star Task Force, which is now at 61 agencies across the state of Texas. And we come together and we work in unison with our partners at ICE, Border Patrol, Homeland Security, Texas Department of Public Safety, and Texas Parks Wildlife, and of course, the Texas Department of Agriculture under Commissioner Sid Miller. And we go out and we help conduct enforcement operations to help secure Texas against the criminal predations of foreign entities.
Well, Sheriff, can you explain for people who are listening why, if these are federal immigration laws that are being violated by people illegally entering the country, why is it necessary for local and state law enforcement to work alongside of Customs and Border Protection, the Border Patrol, and ICE to deal with this problem?
Just to give you a little bit of perspective, so during the first Trump administration, the Goliad County Sheriff's Office on average arrested 77 people a year. In 2021, we arrested 252. We thought that was a phenomenal number.
How far are you from the border now? For the
180 miles.
Okay.
Halfway between Laredo and Houston.
Okay.
So from there, by 2024, we arrested 502 people. It climbed every single year. It now is on the path declining since the second Trump administration has come in. But the problem is that we have allowed tens of millions of people to come into this country illegally, and they are all beholden to the cartels, and they are moving around. And there's no way for our federal partners to be able to tackle this market.
Every month, this Airbnb pays me about $2,700 in semi-passive income. Now, here's the thing. I don't own.
Our enemies, our adversaries across this world are laughing at what is happening right now. And not only are they doing this and encouraging the behavior, they are obstructing us and trying to fix this every step of the way. And it's not just happening in our cities. They just shut down the government for 43 days. And at what point are Americans going to catch on and understand that these are not lawmakers of yore? These are people that are here that do not, in any way, shape, or form, want our country to continue as the country it was founded to be 250 years ago, a nation under a rule of law made by the people, the people's law. And every time they're ordering a government official to ignore it, ignore orders, they're telling them, ignore those that were elected by the people, ignore the law of the people. And so somebody in this place has to call that out, because that is the quickest way to lose this nation. And I want to say thank you for being here today and testifying. We have a law enforcement officer that was on the front lines and saw, I was the Attorney General of Florida, and when the sheriffs came to me and said, the Biden administration is telling us to release people here illegally that are in our jails, they've committed crimes, and instead of taking them from us as they are required to do under the law and deporting them back to their home countries so that they can't continue to victimize Americans, they are telling us to release serious felony offenders back into the communities. And so they had to, because Biden was not following the law. And that happened time and time again. Drug traffickers, burglars, did it shock the nation when we kept seeing crimes being committed? If they were paying attention, it shouldn't have, because the sheriffs and law enforcement officers around this nation were being told by the Biden administration to push them back into our communities. Let me tell you another thing that I had to file suit on to get information when we found out. Historically, when we picked up people internationally that were trafficking drugs, killing Americans, when they were brought to our country to be prosecuted and put in prison for that, as soon as they served that sentence, they were deported because they were picked up in international places, because they were drug traffickers. Who would have ever released them into our country when their only skill is drug trafficking in the middle of a drug crisis? Oh no, the Biden administration did. They started taking federal prisoners in federal prisons for drug trafficking here illegally. And instead of deporting them when their sentences were over, they released them back into your communities in America. And their only skill was
remember this conversation, Del?
That's their skill.
We had
So
this
thank you for
conversation.
testifying as what was happening. Now we have agents being directed, rightfully so, by this administration
I
to
think
go
we were
into
both right,
communities
except for you
and
said
arrest
Trump
those
did it.
people that are here illegally, that have been committed crimes. Many were forced to be released by the Biden administration. And this is what we get.
Promethean, yeah.
This is what we get. People threatening, harassing, victimizing law enforcement, trying to go out and arrest those people that the Biden administration pushed into your communities. And it wasn't just when they emptied the jails into your communities or they emptied the federal prisons into your communities. They kept letting everyone just walk into our country, hundreds of thousands of people every month.
Explain to me what she is in the chat, Dwayne. Who is she, bro? She like a senator out of Florida, you said?
And push them in mass quotas to release into our country. They called it their discretion to parole. No vetting done. They kept saying, there's nothing happening at the border. Our border is secure. They testified to Congress under oath that our border was secure. And then they blamed Congress that they couldn't do anything else. How long did it take for President Trump to shut down the border? They've released 0 in the last 6 months. Compare those same 6 months to the Biden administration. Hundreds of thousands of people pushed into our country, barely vetted. This is what's happening when we're trying to make sure that our communities are safe. That's why I'm introducing an act called the HALO Act, which would give these men and women who took an oath to protect our communities and put American safety ahead of their own, a buffer zone while they do their jobs. They should not have to tolerate this. If they tell someone to step away because they're trying to do their duties that we as the American people have asked them to do, that we as the American people have asked them to do and put their lives on the line to do, they shouldn't have to deal with this. And I hope every single one of my colleagues understands that without men and women that take that oath and serve on that very thin line, we don't have a country under a rule of law. We ask them to do incredibly dangerous jobs.
Attorney General.
We could give them the space to do it. I also believe there is absolutely no way that these groups should be funded with American tax dollars. Talk about our adversaries laughing. There's like pouring acid on the fibers that bind us together as a nation, that create that strength. We're now going to take tax dollars and weaken that, going against the men and women trying to ensure safety.
Never ever sue the driver who crashed into you after a car accident. There's a better way to get compensated that's faster.
Funding the people that are threatening and harassing them. Ms. Cathell, I thank you for your testimony. And what you've said today is that American tax dollars have gone to this subversive network. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Carter Walters, what you're saying today, and thank you so much for being here today. I have often said that the very people that the folks across the aisle profess to want to protect are the very ones they are hurting with their insane, undermining policies. And it is so refreshing to hear someone, a resident of a place where this is happening, speak out and said, if they were looking out for Americans,
Thank you,
country
Billy.
that they swore to come in and represent the people and not the criminals, this country would look very different. Thank you for your bravery and your courage to come here today. I don't know if that makes you any more popular in your community, but you're certainly representing what our founders imagined for a nation under a rule of law. And I am grateful to you. Do you believe that federal funding should go to states and cities that are sanctuary cities that refuse to enforce the law and refuse to work with federal law enforcement?
No, I don't believe that. And I just want to say it's not surprising that we don't see no Democrats here, because that's what's happening in Chicago. They don't care about the American citizens or want to hear what we have to say. So thank you for giving us a voice. This right here, what you see, is typical. This is what we deal with in Chicago every day with the Democratic Party.
You know, I think when we watched under President Biden, the man-made disaster, the man-made emergency that was President Biden and his administration, there was such damage, such recklessness, such incredible policies that were forced upon the American people that they didn't want. And they didn't want in their communities. You had states declaring emergencies. And what did that do when the sanctuary cities declared emergencies because of what Biden did? They got more federal funding. So you have my commitment. I'm going to work on legislation that would restrict and eliminate federal funding going to sanctuary cities and sanctuary states that will not work with federal men and women of law enforcement. That these states that almost invite a criminal organization to base itself and take over cities and states like you're experiencing right now. You have my commitment. I'm going to file legislation to make sure we put an end to that. And let me just end, and I know, Chairman, I've gone way over my time, but let me just end by thanking you, Sheriff, for your service. My husband is a career law enforcement officer. What they have had to endure over the last 4 years is unconscionable. It's unconscionable that any person in Congress would allow that to happen. I apologize to you. I thank you for your service, and may your commitment to the rule of law and what you expect of this great nation from its leadership and what you expect in terms of its continued strength in the future for the next 250 years, may your service continue to inspire other men and women to follow in your footsteps. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Cruz.
Here we go. Let's see what Ted's got to say. What up, Ted Cruz?
With which I fully associate myself.
Ted Cruz.
1 year ago this
Chris
month,
Webby.
the American people delivered a political earthquake, casting off the disaster of the Biden-Harris Democrat administration. There were many aspects in which their policies were harmful, but none more so than 4 years of open borders, more than 12 million people coming illegally into this country, 3 million gotaways. Gotaways, we know, are statistically much more likely to be criminals, to be murderers, to be rapists, to be child molesters, to be gang members, to be terrorists. It was not accidental, it was deliberate. And every single day of the Biden presidency, Americans were victimized. Americans were murdered. Women were raped. Children were brutalized by violent, criminal, illegal aliens that our federal government deliberately released into our communities. Ms. Carter Walters, you pointed out, the city of Chicago has been savaged by these policies. And I have to say, this hearing is a powerful illustration of the Democrats. They are AWOL. Every single chair on the Democrat side of the aisle is vacant, and they are representing beautifully what Democrat policy was for 4 years, protecting our
I was watching your ass, bitch.
My home state of Texas saw a greater invasion than any state in the country. Now,
go ahead, cop on your next.
A year ago,
si sigues comprando Viagra genérico en Walgreens o CVS, tienes que parar ya.
In January, President Trump came in.
Dumbass motherfucker, you dumb.
And the result was
I'm right down the road, buddy.
This invasion ended not in a year, not in 6 months, but overnight. Illegal border crossings dropped more than 99%.
What's up, Strongsville?
Instantaneous.
Mustangs, what's good?
All three of us were at the State of the Union address where President Trump pointed out, he said a year ago, Joe Biden said he could not secure the border without new legislation from Congress. Now we've seen illegal border crossings drop 99%. As Trump said, it turns out we didn't need new legislation. We just needed a new president. We needed a president who would follow the damn law and not release violent criminals into our communities. Sheriff Boyd, it's good to see you. You're the sheriff of Goliad County in South Texas. You lead Operation Lone Star. Tell us the difference between right now with an administration that follows the law and the preceding 4 years with an administration that released violent criminals in your county and in every community across the country.
It's night and day, Senator. The quality of life for the people of South Texas has drastically improved. Absolutely right. The numbers show it. Turns out you didn't need new laws. All you needed to do was have the right people in charge and free up Border Patrol to do what it is that they love to do, and that's protect America. And under the leadership of Border Patrol Chief Mike Banks, they have gone out and done exactly that, and it has made a world of difference in our lives. We went from arresting smugglers on a regular basis. In my small rural county, we arrested from 2021 to 2024, we arrested 98 people for smuggling and over 120 people for engaging in organized criminal activity directly tied to the Mexican cartel. We're no longer catching people for smuggling because it's hard to smuggle what Border Patrol won't let across.
Oh my.
For the first time in modern history, for the past 6 months, not a single alien apprehended at the border has been released into the interior. Sheriff, has the zero release policy dramatically reduced the burden on your deputies and on your county?
Yep, you're right.
Yes,
you're
sir,
right. He has.
ICE conducted
Tucker
over
ripped his ass
100,000
up.
arrests of murderers, of rapists, of child predators, of gang members. And beyond them, the gang captains and cartel operatives who spread violence in our communities like a plague. We are systematically apprehending the predators who roamed free deliberately under the Democrats' policy. Sheriff Boyd, in Goliad County, is your county and is South Texas safer with these arrests and these violent criminals being deported?
It is. In the last 3 weeks alone, we've been working a joint operation with ICE and Border Patrol. We've picked up 54 people detained for ICE that were in this country illegally. 11 of those had a
You think, Billy?
here in the
You
United
think?
States of America. 9 of those had been previously deported. And so it has made a world of difference. We focused from what's coming in to getting what's already
The Discord mod
You know, and I
chat.
got to say what is amazing. A year into it,
Great.
The Democrats could have come together and said, you know what? We heard the American people at the ballot box a year ago. We heard that they didn't like violent criminals being released in our communities. They could have showed up at this hearing and said, okay, it was a mistake to order to ignore federal immigration law and release criminals. You know what they did instead? Instead, the Democrat base is protesting right now for open borders. Is saying we want to go back to open borders. We want the invasion. Put the next poster up. We want the invasion to come back.
Love Tucker.
Love Tucker, bro.
It is difficult to think of a policy that is more harmful to our communities than releasing violent criminals into our communities.
I think he gets so
And I,
upset
for one, am
because
glad we have
he's
an administration
scared
that
of
will now
crossing the
enforce
border.
the law and keep our communities safe. Thank you to each of the witnesses. Thank you for the work you're doing. I hope and pray we will never go back to another administration that for partisan political purposes says, we're going to release gang members and murderers and rapists into your community, and we're going to look the other way as Americans are murdered and sexually assaulted. I hope that never again that happens. Thank you.
Good job. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all don't like it.
Part of Walter's, not only what's happening in Chicago, but what's happening in the sanctuary jurisdictions around the country. And I agree with my colleagues, the fact that our Democratic colleagues aren't here. They don't care enough to actually engage, but want to just rely on talking information about what's going on in your community and other sanctuary communities. It's a telling development here today, but it's consistent in my experience with their attitude about the violence, the crime, the drugs that occurred in communities all across our country, but particularly in sanctuary communities. So, in your experience, does the activities of illegal immigrants in sanctuary cities, does it focus on the gated communities, the areas of the affluent and the well-heeled, or rather does it focus on vulnerable minority communities, for example?
Yes, it's focused on the Black communities, the vulnerable communities, exactly my community, and they were placed all in our buildings. So the place that happened where the ICE raid happened on 75th and South Shore Drive, Trendiagua had taken over that building, and the fake news failed to mention that prior to that, a couple of months earlier, that one of those Trendiagua gang members had executed another illegal alien, shot him in the head, and buried his body in concrete in one of those apartment buildings on 75th and South Shore Drive, but they didn't show that. All the fake news showed was ICE officers coming into the building and saying and lying, saying that they're arresting American citizens. Well, when you saturate our communities, American citizens community, with Trendiagua and illegal alien gang members, then what do you think that's going to happen? Then when ICE come in and have to do the raid to get them out of our communities because that's what we wanted and that's what we voted for, then you're going to have American citizens that's going to have to be detained for a minute so they can separate us and make sure we are safe. And I just want to commend the officers because they did a phenomenal job. They made sure that no one was hurt, no American was killed, or they didn't put our lives in danger. They actually helped us. And what the Democratic Party did, Mayor Brandon Johnson did, was put our life in danger when he saturated our community and apartment buildings with illegal alien gang criminals.
Now, Trendiagua is a violent Venezuelan gang, correct?
Yes.
And you're saying in the absence of law enforcement by local and state officials in places like Illinois, Chicago, Illinois, that they pretty much rule the roost in those communities. They can do basically whatever they want to do with impunity.
Yes, because the police officers are told to stand down, just like you saw when they were blocking
You don't
these
got
officers
YouTube, so
in,
y'all could
and the
sit there and
police
talk about
chief
food.
told them to
We could
stand
talk.
down. They wouldn't even allow officers to help federal officers, ICE officers. They wouldn't even help them. So you can imagine what it's like for just American citizens, regular citizens, what we have to deal with when we call the police and complain about what's happening in our communities with illegal aliens. We don't get no help. The police come and they say it's nothing they can do about it because they have stand down orders.
So not only are the immigration laws not being enforced, it's actually worse than that. Local law enforcement in these sanctuary jurisdictions are told don't cooperate, even when the life, property, and of American citizens is being jeopardized by those illegal immigrants who are not being detained and not being deported. Is that right?
Yes.
And Ms. Cathell, thank you to the Washington Examiner for allowing you to come testify today. And I know you're an investigative reporter, not a political advocate. So but we need accurate information so Congress can decide what the proper policies may be. And I agree with Senator Moody. We need to do even more to make sure that the federal taxpayer or the state taxpayer is not funding organizations which encourage or facilitate attacks on law enforcement, including ICE and CBP officers. But you mentioned in your remarks the Coalition for Humane Immigrant Rights of Los Angeles, and what's the acronym for that?
Charla.
Okay, and it sounds like a pretty benign organization, but what do they? How are they funded? Is a combination of sources, both tax dollars to these so-called NGOs, non-government organizations, providing services to people who are in the country illegally, or is it more than that?
In addition to tax dollars, Charla also receives funding through Act Blue. It has a standing campaign on Act Blue, which is the Democratic Party's primary fundraising platform.
Wait, now that's news to me. Act Blue is an internet-based fundraising program which allows individuals to contribute money to Democratic candidates for office. But are you saying that the Coalition for Humane Immigration Rights of Los Angeles also raises money on this political fundraising website?
Yes, many NGOs have active campaigns on Act Blue.
Well, that's news to me, but we will certainly look into it. I think, Sheriff Boyd, let me go back. Even though, as Senator Cruz pointed out, the border is far more secure than it has been in years, there's still a lot of people in the country that don't belong here because they've simply thumbed their nose.
Here's a hot take. If you have a message that people are meant to hear, it'll never make the impact that it truly deserves. And
our laws and committed various offenses against American citizens and even other illegal immigrants who've been in the country. But I know that on October,
I got you, Bubba. When I get out of here.
Office and the Splendora Police Department helped ICE locate and arrest an illegal alien female from Mexico who was wanted for intentional homicide in her home country. Could you talk a little bit about that particular case? I think it's a matter of public record. So maybe you can just fill in some of the details.
Yes, sir. We sent some of our folks up to assist ICE in the Houston office to go out into the field and help them out with investigations and identifying and and tracking down people that are in the country illegally. One of the individuals that they wanted to track down was a female from Mexico who was wanted for homicide. If I'm not mistaken, she murdered her boyfriend in the front yard of their house. And she had escaped to the United States of America to avoid prosecution. She was here for some time, and in 2024, she was actually apprehended, but the Biden administration ordered her to be released back into the United States instead of deporting her for the Interpol warrant that existed for her murder.
Now, why would they do that?
Your guess is as good as mine, but I assume because those were the people they really wanted to bring into this country. So chaos brings opportunity for more control. So why not have people here that cause chaos? But we were able to locate her and get her identified at a house in the Colony Ridge area, which of course Colony Ridge is a community in Texas that is known for a high concentration of people who are gathered here illegally in the country. We're able to get her and take her into custody, and so turned her over to the federal agencies. So under this administration, she will no longer be roaming the streets of Texas as a wanted murderer.
I'd like for you to expand a little bit on some of your earlier testimony about the connection between the cartels, which are the criminal organizations that operate, in this case, in Mexico, some of them in Central and South America as well. I once heard somebody explain what their business model is, and they were called commodity agnostic. Could you explain what that means to you?
Yes, sir. Basically, if it will make them money, they are willing to do it. They really don't care. They have no conscience. There is no right or wrong in the cartels world. There is only making money and having power within Mexico. And so that is what they are after. It doesn't matter if it is illicit tobacco products, which is the big deal for the cartels, not only in the United States, but in
Hi,
Canada.
Jelly Bean.
But if it's stolen vehicles, which in the state of Texas, under the Biden administration, we went from about 60,000 stolen vehicles a year to over 100,000 vehicles stolen a year in an effort to support the smuggling operations of the cartels. Doesn't matter if it's drugs,
Tell them,
it's
Keith.
people. Whatever's going to make them money is what they're going to do. Illegal gambling, many of the 8-liners that we have, the gambling rooms that we have across the United States have connectivity to the cartels as part of their money laundering organizations.
And of course, that includes, and you've covered this, but just to emphasize, it also includes smuggling things like fentanyl, which has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans over the years.
Fuck that shit.
Comes from Mexico, and making money with drugs, but also human trafficking. Every individual that they smuggle across the border, they get paid, right?
That is absolutely correct. They get paid an upfront fee, but they also get paid additional fees while they're here in the United States. And as I've articulated before, we found that it takes about 8 to 13 years for people to pay off that debt once they're here. One of the things that that Senator Moody touched on was about our enemies laughing at us. But that goes right along with, the cartels have been doing the same thing for quite some time. And you bring up fentanyl, you'll notice that our fentanyl deaths have drastically reduced under the Trump administration. The fentanyl coming in this country is drastically reduced, not just because of the fact that Border Patrol has really tightened up the border across the United States and Mexico.
Vinny gets
The
it.
fact that the cartels, our intelligence
Vinny
tells us
gets it.
the cartels have curtailed their fentanyl production because they're afraid that the administration may come into Mexico and come after them as a result of killing so many Americans. And so all the cartel is doing right now is they're buying their time. And if they can get to a point to where Trump is going to be out of office and we're going to have a weak administration, they will immediately fire back up the fentanyl production, and we will see the same tragedy over and over again if we don't fix this problem right now. Now is our opportunity to
Diamonds in the cool.
dismantle the cartels, and if we don't take advantage of
Bobby
it, it's
Steady
our own
Robin.
So I think sometimes people think that illegal immigration and
Let that one
drugs
slide.
stops at the border.
One more
but
and
you
you're
mentioned
gone.
the logistical support
Yeah.
that other criminal organizations and gangs, for example,
I feel like
provide.
anyway.
What happens once the drugs are
Fire,
smuggled
you
in the
gotta
United
snipe them.
States through this logistical support that you mentioned?
You have
And-
to look
and-
at it.
And is this isolated in any geographic area, or is it nationwide?
It's pervasive. It's all the way across our nation. You got to look at the.
With AI, you can create any character you want.
Yeah, you can, huh?
This used to require
Can't you?
huge Hollywood budgets, complex software.
The new generation Jalisco
Dude.
cartel is in, I believe, 56 countries at this point in time. But when it comes to the distribution of product,
Things
they are
people
pervasive
do
all
for
across the
Donald
United
Trump is
States and Mexico.
crazy.
They have submitted their organization, solidified their business model. Look at them like you would look at a large department store across the United States.
Crazy.
They have employees, they have contract employees, they have distribution networks all throughout the United States. It's like a spider web. That's the problem. We have to deny them their logistical.
I know. I hit the
in
button
the
3
US
times.
if we're going to get rid of the cartels.
Well, for example, Ms. Carter Walters, I know in Chicago, I either read in the paper or I see on TV or social media the number of violent deaths.
He really likes Trump.
That occur in Chicago on a regular basis over the weekend. But Sheriff Boyd, would you say that a significant number, some or most or all, perhaps maybe not all, of the criminal activity, including violent deaths
fire,
in
is he
places like
not?
Chicago, are tied to illegal drug trafficking?
Absolutely. And if you look across the board in law enforcement, what we know in law enforcement is this, that at least 95% of all of the class 1 crimes in the United States of America that are committed, that's your burglary, robbery, sexual assault.
Oh no,
Those things
my
are tied
favorite
directly
person.
to the Mexican cartels and the
Thank
products. they
God
make in
Reed's
this
here.
country.
What would we
Because
do?
people commit crimes
What would we do
based off
without
of
him?
greed,
Shit.
based off of their addiction.
I know I ain't got my mower.
Based off of territorial disputes. Those things across the United States, doesn't matter where you at, tie right back to
Where
Mexico.
you at? Nah, where
So
you
I
at?
think sometimes people want to differentiate or distinguish between local criminal conduct, and particularly by gangs and the like. But what you're saying is there's a direct connection or even a pipeline for the criminal conduct of the cartels in places like Mexico and what happens in places like Chicago. And I suppose that these organizations, they fight for market share and fight even among themselves. And is that in part responsible for the gun deaths that you see in places like Chicago on a regular basis?
It is based off of those markets that are going to have a higher value. You're going to have organized crime come in and try to vie for the rights of those territories. And sometimes the only way to get those rights pulled away from one organization is to take them out. And you'll see a lot of that violence. But like I said, that crime is tied directly back to Mexico. If somebody breaks into your house tonight, they're probably trying to feed an addiction probably to drugs that they got from a dealer who works for an organization that is a subcontractor for a contractor that works directly for the Mexican cartels. So most of our major crime leads right back to Mexico.
So you really can't separate domestic crime and law enforcement from what's happening at the border and by virtue of these criminal organizations that we call
Hi, April.
cartels.
That's gonna be my next video. I accidentally put it in the wrong place.
Well, let me thank all of you for your willingness and courage to testify. You can tell that this topic is not universally popular because sometimes the truth hurts. People don't want to hear it. And rather than engage in reasoned debate and discussion and trying to drill down to what are the facts and what are the is disinformation, they just decide to ignore it altogether and stick their head in the sand. And unfortunately, you've seen some of that here today. But I very much appreciate all of you being willing to come and having the courage
That lead
to tell
paint
us
tips
what
on this.
we need to hear in order to to help make our community safe. And I know sometimes President Trump gets criticized for dispatching the National Guard or other federal law enforcement officials to some of these communities to quell the violence and to back up and assist local law enforcement. But it strikes me that the reaction by the residents of those communities is much like that expressed by Mayor Bowser here in Washington, D.C. She welcomed the National Guard coming in and backing up local law enforcement, and has had a dramatic impact and reduction on crime, including carjackings, assaults, and robbery and murder in the District of Columbia. And why it is that political leaders, the governors and mayors in some of these places like Illinois, ignore that and somehow hide behind these well-funded organizations which help sponsor and encourage and facilitate this demonstrations like we've seen against ICE.
Oh, come on, man.
That Congress has passed. If people have a disagreement with the
You're
law,
getting
then there's a forum
booted.
for them to come and talk about that and to petition their
Try not to do that again,
change the law.
ever.
But these are laws that have been passed on a bipartisan basis by Congress, and these heroic
I wonder
law
if there's a way
enforcement
you can
officials
make
are
it so
doing,
no one can type caps.
I don't know,
doing
but
that
we're
in
going to
communities
figure it
all
out.
across
Yeah,
the country,
after
and
the
they
show.
don't deserve to
Yeah.
be vilified or attacked or
To
assaulted.
those that are watching,
or
this is
even
about to
criticized, I
end,
believe,
and
for
I'm
doing
going to
the
go
job
ahead
we've
and show
actually
Sheriff
asked them to
Grady
do.
talking about
So thank you all
200
for being
arrests
here.
for
I appreciate
trafficking.
your time and your testimony. We're going to leave the
And
record open
Cavs play
for
at 7
a short while
o'clock, so
here
I
in
got
case
1
there are
hour
any
to
other questions that members of the committee
Yeah, man.
may have, and they may come your way. So keep an eye out for those if that happens.
Y'all stick
I
around.
know
Let's go to the
frequently we
next
have
one. This will
conflicting
be a little. This
committee
is just going to
assignments
be
and other
Sheriff
activities,
Grady,
so
bro.
not even
He's about
some
to rip
senators who
this
want to
chick.
be
It
here
says
could be here,
ugly.
so you may
It
well
says in one
see
ugly
those
woman, so
follow-up
he's about to be
questions for the
roasted,
record. So
motherfuckers. I can't wait.
thank you
for
very
it.
much. This hearing's adjourned.
This isn't going to be political. This is just going to be straight funny shit. There we go.
Oh, I'll do that. Hey, it's a good time to hit the like, share, subscribe.
An unbelievable operation. This operation was only possible because of remarkable work by a lot of professionals. I'm excited today. As you can see, a lot of people fooled around and found out. And I want to start for just a couple of minutes and go down the list because this is very important. I want to make sure that we recognize, for example, our NGOs, One More Child and Heartland for Children, and you'll hear from them in a few minutes. Heartland for Children is contracted to DCF because when we do these human trafficking
The chat's
operations,
going crazy.
we make sure that we're able to begin services immediately as soon as we discover them. So we couldn't do these at the quality and the level we do without them. There's been a change of administration. I don't know if you noticed in the White House, and now we are allowed to have ICE with us. ICE was embedded with us for the first time. Now there's two groups of ICE that you'll see and hear from, HSI and the ERO side. Then, as you see in front of you here, my colleagues from around the state and around the country, we have a National Innovation Academy. They were also embedded. It's part of their training curriculum. We have an 8-week program, and it is a high-end program for those who are in leadership positions in law enforcement agencies around the country.
Take this conversation
And
somewhere else.
it's important that we give them some real world hands-on technology experience. We appreciate them being there.
Bye.
And by the way, if you've not sent people to this NIA, this National Innovation Academy, you're just not as cool as you could be. I just want to add that, okay?
I was looking
For
at
the
that.
first time, our Sheriff's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory helped set up the infrastructure for this. It's a first of a kind. For those of you who are local, know that we spoke about artificial intelligence and starting the cell unit not so long ago. And I do want to add, we partner with the Polytechnic. They give out 3 major awards, and we are excited that our students assigned to us as a capstone course embedded in our cell unit won 2 of the 3 top awards. The other one was won by NASA. So I thought they were in pretty good company with that. Chris Hansen from True Blue was with us on our Predator side of the operation, and I'll talk more about that. Angie Morchi for Sinclair Broadcast, which has 90 television stations, was also embedded with us, and you may recognize her from Spotlight on America. So why do I talk about all of that? Because it's the partnerships and the relationships and the trust that make successful operations occur. That is foreign to some law enforcement agencies in some parts of the nation, but it's not foreign to us here. It's how we've done business for a very long time. I'm going to go through real quick. You've already heard from One More Chow. There's going to be 2 speakers, Jody Demangi and Stacy Ham will speak with us. The Hardy County Sheriff's Office is here with Vint Crawford. Osceola participated with Sheriff Lopez. ICE, David Gritty, who is the Assistant Field Office Director, is going to speak. DCF is here with Amanda Wilson. The Attorney General's office is here, and Rita Peters is going to speak. She, by the way, I like to brag on Miss Peters. That's her professional name. We call her Rico Rita around here. If you're involved in an organized criminal enterprise and she hasn't prosecuted you yet, she will. Just wait. Homeland Security, Tom Fowler, Haines City PD, Zephyr Hills PD, Chief Derek Brewer. Haines City PD was Chief Hopwood. Lake Alfred PD, Chief Bodenheimer. Lake County Sheriff's Office, Captain Ron Patton. Lake Wells PD, Captain Stephanie Cook. Bartow PD, Captain Bill Stevens. Davenport PD, Captain Don King. Auburndale PD, Lieutenant Skinner. Now, the other agencies that aren't here that also participated, the U.S. Army CID, Pasco Sheriff's Office, Hillsborough Sheriff's Office, Claremont Police Department, Marion Sheriff's Office, Winter Haven Police Department, Tampa Police Department, Pinellas Police Department, and obviously our state attorney's office, Brian Haas, who is the absolute very best. Now, I'm going to go off script here for just a second, because whenever we do these operations, there's a mastermind behind it that you never see. Well, our mastermind's about to retire. Bobby, come stand up here for a minute. Lieutenant Bobby Kirkpatrick is simply the very best. So when you see this operation today, I want you to know that the silent genius behind all this is this man right here. He's been with us an entire career, and retirement time's come. We're not going to let him stay retired long. We're going to bring him back doing something somewhere. But I want you to see all of this magic and know that it doesn't just happen. He coordinated it all, from those that made the undercover operations to all of the infrastructure, except for the posters and stuff. And the magic of this room today, obviously, is Director Scott Wilder. Bobby, thank you for your crew.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You're the best, okay? Thank you, sir. All right. So the important thing to remember with this operation, there were 3 components. There was a human trafficking component, a child predator component, and an illegal immigration component. We arrested 255 people in 9 days, 141 Johns, 93 prostitutes, 10 others that drove for proceeds and et cetera. We had people come from 12 different states to be arrested in Polk County, Florida. Obviously, they must live under a rock, but now they live in the county jail. They also came from Puerto Rico. We arrested a huge number of child predators, 11. What's important about this is arresting child predators is very difficult. It takes a talented group of folks. You're going to hear more about these child predators because they're the most despicable. And I can tell you that if we didn't make any of these arrests and only had 1 child predator we took out of circulation, all of the resources would have been worth it. Illegal immigration, as you know, is on everyone's mind, and you can watch the evening news depending on what you watch, what you want to hear. But I can tell you that about 15% of all of our arrests in the human trafficking operation and our predator operation, about 15% were here illegally in this country. You'll hear more in a minute. They came from Venezuela, Cuba, Honduras, Mexico, Haiti, Colombia, Guatemala. 22 of these folks were receiving government assistance. That's right. We work, we all work, we pay taxes, and then that tax money was given to these folks to use to come commit crime. I want you to think about that the next time you look at your pay stub and see your money going out to the federal government. Know that the federal government is giving money to these folks so that they don't have to work and can come here and violate the law. The youngest we arrested was 17. The oldest was 70. Our folks stand in the gap between good and evil. They took 8 firearms during this operation from 8 different suspects. 25 people were charged with narcotics. We filed 386 new charges, 102 felonies, 284 misdemeanors. Now, there's always some that say, oh, it's low level, you know, it's consenting partners and yaddy. And once you get over that, understand these folks had as many as 919 previous criminal charges. One guy who we'll discuss had 2 murder charges. And by the way, he spent a long time in prison, but he got out just in time to fool around and find out. You'll see occupations from military, 1 active Navy, 13 veterans, a medical doctor, a retired NFL player, engineers, insurance brokers and agents, regional vice president of a timeshare, Walmart store manager, party planner, IT database, IT software engineer, an IT guy that works in a technology area at an international airport. Now, that gives me comfort. IT database guy for the federal government. Crane operators, business owners, and in the medical field, RN, CNA, medical techs. We had a lot of different people from a lot of walks of life here. But you can see how remarkable this operation is. And I am going to go over in just a few minutes some of the things that you just can't believe. Now, I'm going to start with the predators. They're the ones that obviously worry me the absolute most. I'm going to go through these quickly because we have several of them. This is Arthur Denard. He's a registered sex offender already out of Tampa. And he's registered because he had sex with a minor in 2007. He's been to prison on 2 different occasions and he's out. We've said it over and over. If a sex predator is out, he's dangerous. And he came here thinking he was going to have sex with a 15-year-old child. In fact, he didn't actually travel. He just talked online, and Tampa police, one of our colleagues in this operation, picked him up. And he told this 15-year-old child, I want to put a baby in you.
What?
Well, we put a gel in him. So there you go.
Tell him, Grady.
Then there's Eric Corliss. Eric Corliss is a regional executive for Red Cross Disaster Relief.
Get
Think
out
about
of here.
this. Red Cross does marvelous, beautiful work, and we're so proud of them. But this guy has embarrassed himself and embarrassed his family and embarrassed the Red Cross. He's a big boss. He's an Army veteran. He's married. He was, are you ready for this? Get a grip. He was married to a law enforcement officer, a supervisor in Hillsborough County. That's right. He left his phone at home so his wife, I'm sure a trained detective, wouldn't know where he was. When she heard about it, she's absolutely mortified, and she packed up and left, and she said, sayonara, I'm taking the kids and leaving. This didn't appear to be the first time he was experienced at what he did.
That's horrible.
And he also went to lengths to try to hide his identity when he was online. But think about this. A professional man with the Red Cross married to a professional lady, and he took advantage of her, embarrassed her and the children, and he went to jail. Then there's Vern Cunningham. He's 26. He's an illegal alien. Our ICE partners put a hold on him. He came for sex with a 15-year-old female. He brought cookies. Wasn't that nice? You know, I mean, after all, she's a child. She may want a cookie. You know, where's the milk? You know what I'm saying? And but he wanted to buy milk. I'll pay half up front and half after it's over.
Hey, son.
And when we arrested him, we asked this guy, well, why did you do this? He said, well, curiosity killed the cat. Well, you're going to have cat people on you now. So Gregory Cooper,
they're trying to kill my cat
from Wesley Chapel. He's married for 31 years. He's got 2 adult daughters. He was in the Air Force for 20 years. He had a top secret clearance. Huh. That's interesting. He came thinking he was going to have sex with a 14-year-old male. And since it's a kid, he goes, what might he like? I'll take him an orange soda and some fruit gummies. Was that before or after? You know, I'm just saying. He's a regional manager for Enzer Roller in Lakeland. At least he was. He was very nasty and very graphic with what he said and did. They're in prison. County jail, actually, now. Prison's where we're going to do our best to send them. Nicholas Capart's 46 from Riverview. He's married. He's got 2 children. He spent 10 years in the Marines, and he wanted sex with a 14-year-old girl. And he said, hey, if this goes well, I'll permanently make you my girlfriend. His chat was remarkably nasty as well. Then there's Domingo Francisco Miguel. He's married with 3 children. He has a legal green card. However, upon his conviction, ICE has agreed to relook at him because he's not a U.S. citizen, but he has a green card to be here. He traveled to have sex with a 15-year-old girl. He told his boss, now he lied to his boss too, by the way. I just thought I'd share that with you, that he needed to go get some medicine. I guess he didn't realize that his medicine that he'll get will be at the county jail. But he was a jolly old soul. He said, you know, when I get out of this, I'd like to be a detective. I really would. He said, I like your work.
Come on.
I don't know if he's trying to grease us up or if he's just a nut job. Doesn't make any difference. He's going to the county jail. Aston Mack, he's 35 from Deltona. He wanted sex with a 15-year-old girl. He ran from us. Can you believe that? That wasn't nice, but he did. He thought he was talking up a deal with a family member. Well, you know, I'll pay you and I have sex with a child. What? What are you thinking? Now, he worked for the Opportunity Community Ability Group, OCA, in Orange County. And that's a group that helps special needs children. They say he never had any contact by himself with the children. Mostly he was admin support. But I want to brag on OCA the second that we notified them. They terminated him. They were totally cooperative. They were mortified. They were glad that we found him and arrested him. But he's in jail, charged with human trafficking. Matthew Klein is 48. He's a receptionist at Guard Law Legal Group in Lakeland. He shouldn't have to go far to find an attorney to represent him. He wanted to have sex with a 14-year-old male. He thought the child was home alone. He admitted that he had had sex before with children. That's still under investigation. He was also looking for children on 2 different apps. We found him really working hard to find children. He traveled and he, by the way, neglected to tell us in our undercover capacity that, oh, by the way, when I have sex with you, I'm HIV positive, which that is a criminal violation of law in the state of Florida, not to notify your partner that you are HIV positive.
Florida.
But there are several things before the other.
808.
People are unbelievable. I picked out a quote. Service. This is awesome. But for y'all. Oh, by the way, can I do my volunteer time with you guys? No. This guy said I had the option of going to church or coming here. I picked here. So, wrong choice. He had a choice. He had a chance to be in church, talking with Jesus, worshiping, doing what's right. Instead, he wanted to be his knees in a brothel. I don't understand it. Just thinking out loud. Altar, brothel, altar, brothel. Oh. This guy was a realist. Well, this is God's sign not to do this. He thought that was a bad idea. And just thinking, you know, God spoke directly to him. It's amazing how God comes in clear focus when you're under arrest. I used to always say, you know, Jesus lives in the county jail because everybody I took there found him. So this guy says, oh, we're in Polk County. You know, my friend was just arrested here last night. You got to be kidding me. Now, I'm going to start to introduce you to some of these morons. But here's the one that I think is just super cool. This is like mother, like daughter. So we're talking to a mom. She's 48, Sherry Pena. She's on public assistance. She's living at a DV shelter in Central Florida. She drove her daughter, Haley Pena, 23, to have sex. When we ask her, you're a mother to this young lady, what are you thinking? She said, oh, whoa, wait a minute. I just thought I was taking her to buy drugs. Oh, that's better. You know, you're taking her to her drug dealer, right? So anyway, the mother and daughter were also arrested in 2024 for battery over 65 years of age person. She's arrested. Did I tell you she's on felony probation already? Yep. That's right. She's on felony probation. So that's just a little color there, but let's get to the stack and go through real quickly, and then we'll turn it over to our colleagues here. Oh, some other things. Let me get this out of the way.
We have something cool here. What you're looking
Scott
at
is the
the
sheriff.
Expedience Home Gym. This one is called the Gym Monster.
I guess if you want to call him cop.
All right, I'm going to go through these. How about Jason Bathurst from 43 from Davenport? This is our human trafficking and prostitution. He's charged with offering to commit. This Jason Bathurst. Okay, when he walks in, you think, well, I have set up a deal with an ugly woman, and I think you would all agree that this guy's an ugly woman. Right?
Ugly woman.
This is what you really get when the makeup comes off. This is Jason Bathurst. Now, I want you to think about this a minute, okay? You decide that you're going to hook up with a woman. She comes in, and she's already uglier than a mud fence, right? And then, as you start to engage, you find out, hey, this dudette is a dude, and look what he really looks like. Yeah, he looks like he should have been in a Scarface movie someplace. I don't know. This is what's happening. People think they're getting this, and many times they're getting a really bad guy. So this is the before and after. You know, when you find them in the bar at night, you know, you try to drink them pretty, and you wake up the next morning and you see this. Yeah, that's what we call Rolex. What do you want me to do? Rolex ugly is you wake up the next morning and they're laying on your arm and your Rolex is there and you just chew your arm off and leave the Rolex. You just got to get out of there. You don't care about the Rolex. But that's the kind of people we're going to talk about today.
Oh boy.
Then there's a Darius Taylor. He's 34. He played at Lake Gibson High School football. Went on to have an outstanding career in the NFL. He played for the Carolina Panthers, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Cleveland Browns, and he was a linebacker.
I don't
But
know
listen,
who he is.
the dude made a lot of mistakes. He not only brought his 6-year-old child to the operation, but he left his 6-year-old child in the car when he went to do the operation.
Oh, dude, I seen that just the other day.
The 6-year-old child has a lot of medical issues, and he left this child alone that should have never been left alone because of medical conditions.
Caught, bro. Like
DCF was on site, took possession of the child immediately, found mom. Mom came and got the child. The child is doing fine. This guy here, you know, obviously he must have hit one too many people as a linebacker because his brain cells are scrambled. He shouldn't have shown up in the first place, but to leave that child, my goodness. So he picked up a child neglect charge along with everything else. Then there's David Michael. He's 35. He's a medical doctor for Orlando Health. He showed up. He's got dual citizenship. He's also from the country of Egypt. And he decided to, hey, you know, I'm not saving any lives or making people feel better tonight. So I'll go make sure I feel better by going to this house of ill repute that turned out being law enforcement officers from all over Central Florida doing what's right. Then there's Namish Patel. Namish is 53. He's an event planner. He didn't plan on this event, but he is an event planner.
Bro,
he's on public assistance. Yep. We asked him, dude, what are you doing here? He says, you know, my wife's being treated for cancer at Moffitt. Well, number one, if you have cancer, there's not a better place, any place, than Moffitt, okay? Highly recommend that. But since she's being treated, I thought I'd just show up here. You got to be kidding me, man. You're not home taking care of your wife, somebody who's done everything for you. You're out scallydogging around, and your wife's sick. Nasty people. Then there's Patrick Dang. He's 40. He's from Newport Richey. He's married. And he owns Dang Good Sushi in Trinity, Florida. Yeah. He came for a dang good time, but it didn't work out that way. Next time you go to sushi, you may want to make sure that he's wearing gloves or washing hands.
Have you smoking? Roll up, roll up, roll up.
And by the way, I had some law enforcement officers that had been at his restaurant, said it's pretty good sushi. Alphonse Ibua, 37. He's an IT tech for Paragon Systems, and he's contracted by the federal government. He's married. He's an 8-year Army vet. His wife thought he was at the gym. Well, he was going to do some exercise. I got to admit that. Until he found out it was us. So we asked him, okay, why did you do this? Well, you know, my wife's indisposed this week, so I just thought I'd come down here for some stress relief. Well, his wife ain't happy. Just thought I'd add that. And he went to jail. Then there's Jonathan Epstein, who's 38. He's a Walmart manager. Now, he came and he said, oh, I'll pay extra because I don't want to wear any protection. Well, that's just dandy, you know? I guess next time you go to Walmart, you know, and he greets you, hi, I'm here for, you know, you can say, you have any protection? Ahmad Ansat, 22. He's a registered nurse for Tampa General. And Tampa General, by the way, I didn't come here to advertise.
I know, right,
places, and they're professional places. Tampa General. If you get very sick or have a significant injury, you want to make your way to Tampa General. It's top of the line. Not so with him, but the rest of them do good. Isaac Corrado de Jesus. He's 28. He's unemployed. Now he's going to spend money, understand, but he's unemployed. Okay. And you go, well, his wife at that moment in time is working at Lakeland Regional Health. She's 8 months pregnant, working while he is spending money because he's unemployed, right? Spending her money on prostitutes. When we asked him why, he said, I had a lot of spare time.
Thank you, Keeks.
Okay. I don't even know how to explain that. Then there's Arthur Lark II, 54, from Haines City. He's married. He was charged with soliciting sex. But this guy has, instead of doing minor crimes and working up, he did major crimes and is working down. He was first arrested in Orange County in 1990 during a drug beef. He shot at his person he was fussing with and missed and hit and killed a 16-year-old boy. An innocent person he killed. Now, while he's in jail and they're doing an investigation, jail and prison, they determined that he had also committed a 1989 murder. And in that one, he and some friends were trying to steal a vehicle. A neighbor came home and said, hey, they're stealing my neighbor's vehicle. So he confronted them. Lark pulled a gun out. The neighbor says, whoa, this is all the good news I can stand in one day. He turns and runs. Lark chases him down and kills him for trying to be a good neighbor. He did 26 years in prison. That sounds significant, but it's only 13 years for each murder. And one is an innocent kid that he missed and hit, and the other is a neighbor that was trying to help. And now he's out and involved again. And then there's Robert Burnett. He's 30. He's works in IT for the St. Pete Clearwater International Airport. He's married as well. The detective said he cried a lot.
Hi, Ingrid.
And he peed his pants.
Hello, Ingrid from Ireland.
I understand that. I'm married to an Auburndale girl. I would think this is the end of my life because if I go home, she's just going to kill me. I don't think that happened to him. At least there's no death reports yet, but he did go to jail. That's just a snapshot. They all have a story. We just picked those out. Now, I want you to hear from some of our subject matter experts that worked with us today. We'll start with Jody and Stacy from One More Child. Jody?
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
I'm going to make my coffee real fast.
Good morning. My name is Jody Domingue. I am the Acting Chief Operating Officer at One More Child. One More Child has been providing services to vulnerable children and struggling families for over 120 years. This includes advocacy and direct care service to survivors of human trafficking throughout Florida, North Carolina, Tennessee, Ohio, and several countries around the world. The Polk County Sheriff's Office still remains one of our closest partnerships, and I would like to congratulate them on another successful operation. Once again, we were able to join them at ground zero every night, providing opportunities of hope and a future by those who are impacted by sexual exploitation. Because of our incredible partnership, One More Child spoke and offered services to over 90 individuals, 19 of which have already agreed to services that include connection to safe shelter, advocacy, mental health counseling, and mentorship with a lived experience expert. One More Child provides immediate and ongoing services not only to those who are able to be identified as victims that night, but also to individuals who are not ready to identify and who are still in a life of sexual exploitation. I say this every time. The individuals who walk through that door might not be ready to be identified that night, but what we know is that statistically, there is a history of abuse and sexual exploitation in their past. No one grows up wanting to sell their bodies for profit. And we are committed to providing opportunities for a life outside of sexual exploitation and human trafficking. Critical partnerships and collaboration like what you see up here today is very important, but we are only one piece of the solution. We have to set a precedent in the state of Florida that the purchasing of a person should be more than a mere misdemeanor. Advocates have introduced legislation for the past several years to try to increase penalties that are worthy of the trauma that impacts every individual that is bought during these operations, and to make the first charge a felony. This is a standard we must set in the state of Florida to put a dent into this problem. Legislators, we need your help next year getting this over the finish line. Now, the true heroes in this collaboration are our survivor leaders and our lived experience experts. They bravely utilize their history of pain and trauma as a bridge of connection for those who are recovered in all of these operations. They use their life experience to inform every aspect of our work, and they are the only real experts in this field. One More Child ensures that a lived experience expert is on the ground every night of these operations. And I would like to introduce you to one of our most incredible survivor leaders, and she's lent her expertise for many years to these operations, Miss Stacy Ham.
Thank God.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking Sheriff Grady Judd, the Polk County Sheriff's Office, all the other law enforcement that assisted with us, and to the NGOs that we continuously collaborate and partner with. Your dedication is what really makes a true difference here today. I stand here before you not only as a survivor of human trafficking, but as someone who once believed that's all my life would ever be. My story began before I even had a voice. I come from 3 generational cycles of familial sex trafficking. By the time I was just 2 years old, my father sold me for the first time to one of his friends in the neighborhood. My siblings and I, we grew up with abuse, abandonment, and fear. We were often found sleeping at parks or wandering downtown alone. The times we weren't needed, we were held in closets or locked up in a backyard. I grew up expecting fear at any moment, and I was eventually removed from my home. I was separated from my siblings and placed into the foster care system. While I spent my time in the foster care system, we continued to be exploited, and even one of my siblings continued to be sexually abused, and the case never went anywhere. I was then adopted into a home, and I'm often asked when adopted, is that when my rescue came? And it wasn't. That's when my abuse continued to happen and my exploitation continued. I grew up thinking that this was normal, and this left me open to be susceptible to be a vulnerable target. I was so desperate to be seen and to be loved, and this led me right back into a cycle of trafficking. We often imagine traffickers to present certain stereotypes or to be a certain gender. But my trafficker as a young adult was a friendly female who was the retail store manager of where I applied an interview. She hired me, gave me a place to live, and provided me a sense of family and protection that I was so desperate for. But really her kindness masked a vulnerability of her luring me back into the life of trafficking. During this recent sting operation, I heard story after story that echoed so much of mine. So many of the victims that my team and I got to work with shared childhood abuse, time in the foster care system, times their family members were selling them, times that nobody would look and listen at them. 2 of the survivors that we got to talk to shared how they were offered false promises. It was prostitution, they were told. But really what it was is they were being exploited, they were being sold, and they were being faced with threats, and they were being feared. We often ask, why don't they leave? Why are they choosing to stay? But I can tell you, as someone who was pulled back into the life of trafficking, it impacted my housing, it impacted my job, my transportation. So where was I to go? It took several people coming into my life, trying to make a difference and trying to show me that there was positives, there was an outcome, and there was a way out of this. They say it takes an average of 10 points of contact for someone to feel comfortable and safe to finally speak up to be seen. When I found the courage to try to find and leave my trafficking situation, I was met with fear and I was met with threats. There was the threats that they would release the content that I had created during my exploitation, and I had no clue who would get that. I was faced with the very real possibility of losing everything. And to someone who had lost so much in her life, the little bit of stability I had was what I wanted to cling to. That's the reality for so many of the survivors that we work with each and every day. It's the choice between staying in a dangerous situation or stepping into the known with little or no safety net to catch them. And that's what my team and I do. And everything changed for me when the right people came along. They didn't ask me why didn't I leave sooner, but instead they asked, how can we help you? How can we give you the tools for you to create the life that we know God gave for you? They helped me with resources, with therapy, and most importantly, a belief that God has a true purpose for my life. The operation we're discussing today, it's more than just a news headline. It represents lives being saved, generational cycles being broken, hope being rekindled and restored to survivors. But this is just the beginning. True justice doesn't end with the arrest. It continues with our survivors receiving long-term support, rehabilitation, and the unwavering belief that every person deserves freedom, dignity, and a future. To the survivors watching and the survivor sisters here with me in this room, you have value, you have worth, and you have purpose. And to everyone else, I ask you, keep showing up, keep fighting for survivors, keep fighting for us to be seen in spaces where you don't see us. Every voice and every action, it matters and it does make the difference. Thank you.
So do I not. Oh,
If there's any doubt in your mind why we do these human trafficking operations, there's your sign. If we only saved one, it's worth the whole operation. And I can tell you with Jody and her team,
What's up, Gary?
we're saving a whole lot more than that. And that's very, very important to us. Next, I'm honored to introduce David Gritty, the Assistant Field Office Director.
Good morning, David Gritty with ICE Enforcement Removal Operations here in Tampa. Just wanted to start off, thank you, Sheriff, and all the agencies here for allowing ICE Enforcement and Removal Operations and Homeland Security Investigations to be part of this well-executed operation. ICE is in a unique position to enforce U.S. immigration law in the U.S. interior with its broad investigatory authorities and law enforcement capabilities. Our congressionally mandated mission is to preserve public safety and national security by keeping dangerous criminal aliens out of our communities. ICE uses data-driven, fact-based intelligence to identify, arrest, and remove criminal aliens from the United States. It partners with local, tribal, state, and federal law enforcement agencies to keep our communities safe and preserve national security. We prioritize public safety over politics. Brave officers are on the streets every single day, risking their lives to locate, arrest, and remove the most egregious criminals in line with the president's policy of the worst first. Throughout this operation, ICE ERO officers encountered over 50 foreign-born aliens and placed detainers with the Polk County Sheriff's Office on over 30 of them. ICE enforcement and removal operations, as well as Homeland Security investigations, are committed to our partnerships in the effort to identify and combat predators engaged in human trafficking and child exploitation.
What do you
Once again,
mean?
Sheriff, just thank you very much for allowing us to be part of this operation this year. We look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
What do you mean?
This game,
I'm smoking that big
you're not ready
bang.
for it.
Thank you, sir.
I'm smoking cherry
Now,
pie
I'm going
like they're
to
talking about in
say
the
some
thing.
things that
After this,
our colleagues, our federal colleagues, are not permitted to say because they work for bosses who work for bosses who work for bosses. I can't say enough good about ICE, the ERO, and the HSI guys and gals. They are hand in glove with us every day.
It's almost over.
They have a mission from the President of the United States. We also have another mission at the state level from Governor DeSantis, and that is to keep people safe. Now, I want to underscore one more time, 15% of the people that we arrested weren't even supposed to be in this country, but they were in this country committing crime.
Yeah.
26 of the 36 here were not documented at all, which means they didn't come across the border illegally and then check in, as we were led to believe they were doing. But 26 of the 36, they had no information on them at all, which means they snuck in the border and they're in the country. So we really don't know how many illegal immigrants are in this country. We know how many came in and checked in. Several of the comments that these illegal immigrants made is, yes, they're feeling the pressure, but they're not going anyplace. We asked them, hey, will you take the $1,000 and go home? And they go, of course not. No, we're not doing that. We're staying here. They're going to stay here until we make them leave. We heard stories of why they were crossing, as they were making their way to the border, that people dying at various crossings in Mexico and Central America. One told us that he made a $20,000 payment to a coyote to get him into the United States, and he walked for 5 days through the desert. Another said he paid $10,000. Now, he's been deported 3 times and he keeps coming back. Another paid $7,000 to come across. When we ask one, why do you keep coming back? He said, I always keep coming back. I'm in construction. I can make $60,000 a year here under the table.
Allowed.
And I can make,
who's this?
$6,000 in Mexico, $10,000 in Mexico. I'm always coming back. Even when y'all send me away, you're going to have to stop me again. Ladies and gentlemen, another reported that he came here illegally from Cuba and saw 2 people drown along the way.
I agree, John. I don't want that in
They shouldn't be here. They're committing crime. They're taking up resources of United States taxpayers. They're not coming here the right way. We open our arms to those immigrants that come here legally and appropriately. But the ones that come here and commit crime, that is 100% totally not acceptable. Now, I would ask if Ms. Peters, Rita Peters, from the statewide office of the Attorney General would come. James Uthmeyer, our Attorney General, is always eager to send people and to help us with these operations. And Ms. Peters, as I said earlier, is just simply the best of the best when it comes to prosecutors.
Thank you, Sheriff. I am very honored to be able to have a nickname from one of Florida's favorite sheriffs. So I'm going to boast in that a little bit and live in that glory. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you to all of the heroes that were part of this operation. I have the honor, along with my co-worker, Paige Tucker, to be here on behalf of Florida's Attorney General, James Uthmeyer. You hear a lot that Florida's a law and order state, and never is that more apparent than in this operation. And all of the agencies that worked tirelessly, hand in hand, to ensure
homeless
that
man.
Florida
How you
is
doing,
made
homie?
safe. Agencies from our sheriff's offices around Central Florida, our police departments around South Florida, our organizations that offer victim services, the Department of Children and Families, and the prosecution partners, not just statewide prosecution, but also Brian Haas, our local state attorney. Because of that partnership and that shared mission, we were able to be part and honored to be part of an operation that kept Florida safe, took individuals off the street that were trying to make victims, that were trying to seek victims, and we were able to assist in getting victims some assistance. And so for that, we thank all of our law enforcement partners. They are the line between good and evil, and we thank them every day for that. And we are very privileged to be part of that machine that happened and fool around and find out. Thank you.
Pull around and find out. That's how.
As we wrap up today, I want to underscore that not any single one of our agencies could have done this alone. It's the partnership and the teamwork, and we all serve the same people across the county, across the state, across the nation.
500, 600
the people of the nation trust us to keep them safe, and that's what we do here in Polk County and in Central Florida and in the state of Florida. But good things don't just happen. Good people have to make good things happen. And these are good people representing their agencies. So I'm eternally grateful for the partnership and the teamwork that they have provided once again in a major operation. And I want to underscore and end with this, because these broadcasts will go nationwide. If your community is not partnering with and creating these operations across the United States,
What's up, Daniel?
why not?
Hey, Bubba.
You need to be asking your chiefs and your sheriffs and your state police,
How you doing today, man?
your prosecutors, your mayors, your city and county commissioners, why aren't we doing that here? And when you hear the statement, well, we don't have that problem here, know that that's not the truth. There's nothing unique about the people in Florida other than we seek them out. They hide under rocks and in bushes. This is a stealthful undercover operation. Every community in this nation has this issue. Now, very few of these people, I think like 21 or 22, came out of our county, out of the 255. But they came from all around the Florida area and the other states. So lean in to your leaders in your communities if you don't have these operations, and understand when a police chief says, I can't do that. Well, none of us can do it either alone. But when you create that partnership and friendship and you go after the bad guys, you save these victims of human trafficking, you find these illegal aliens that are here committing crimes, and you deal with ICE. I can't say enough good work about ICE. They are really, really, really going above and beyond to help us all. So thank you. God bless you. It's good that you came with us to be with us today. We'll see you. And a word to the wise. There'll be another one. Fool around and find out.
Fool around and find out. I'm going to show one more. Why I did not, to answer the question of why I didn't show today's news of Trump, because I showed the whole entire Epstein thing yesterday. I didn't want to talk about it back to back. I don't know. I wanted to stick to the topic I was on, which was immigration. I showed a live thing.
A group of undocumented immigrants.
Investigation that was led by my organized retail crime team. And this investigation began in October of last year, and it involved the TDA. This is a very violent Venezuelan gang. This gang originated out of the prisons in Venezuela. It's recognized in the United States as an organized, not only an organized gang, but they're also recognized as an organized terrorist organization. Now, you watch the national news and you think, oh, that's something that happens someplace else. But I can tell you that this violent gang was alive and well in Central Florida. And I want to show you, this is Alexis Benavides, and I'm going to introduce him to you in a minute. This is his gun. I want to tell you that these folks came across the border illegally. I want to give you details. This started with 32 cases that we worked, and there were 4 cases worked by other agencies. And it was with them stealing high-end liquor. But it started out something as minor as grabbing beer at convenience stores, and it elevated to robbery. And then not only was there a robbery here, but we worked with Osceola County, because during the process of this in Osceola County, they committed robbery with a firearm. It's a violent group. So how did we come into contact with these folks? Through Public's Organized Retail Crime Investigation Unit, who noticed a trend of people stealing high-end liquor from them. And during the process of us investigating this, we determined that they were also stealing from Sam's and Walmart, the same trend. We also learned that other agencies had made 4 arrests along the way. And I really want to underscore and highlight the Lakeland Police Department, because when they went to Sam's in the city of Lakeland to steal, they actually robbed the clerk, injuring her hand. They had loaded this high-end liquor into a basket and were trying to leave with it. She tried to stop them. They literally ran into her, injured her hand, and fled. The Lakeland Police Department immediately started an investigation, learned when they fled, they damaged their vehicle, which ended up in a crash, and then they scattered like rats on a sinking ship. They ultimately got an Uber and fled. Lakeland Police Department had suspects, and they were onto this case. They worked hand in glove with us. We explained to them there was a long-term investigation that we were doing as well, and they wanted to make sure that not only did they have a successful arrest, but that they worked with us so that we could wrap up this entire organization. But I want to stop just a minute. It's not just the Lakeland Police Department and the Sheriff's Office. It's DHS. They were involved in this investigation. The Orange and Osceola Sheriff's Office was involved in this investigation. Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in this investigation. The U.S. Marshals Task Force was involved in this investigation.
Really, bro?
ICE put holes on all of these folks, and I'm going to talk in detail about that in just a few minutes. The statewide prosecutor is working with us, and our detectives are currently working with them because we're seeking to file not only organized retail theft charges, not only robbery charges, also to file racketeering charges, which is a 30-year minimum mandatory. We couldn't do that without the cooperation of first our state attorney's office and ultimately our Florida statewide prosecutors, who works under James Uthmeyer, our attorney general. So when you look at this investigation and you look at all these investigations, no one agency does this. So I want to underscore and recognize each of them.
For 5 hours.
Osceola, Orange, when we were picking up 3 of the 5, 2 were already in custody in Osceola County, by the way, for a robbery. They sent teams of people out to help us with surveillance and with entry to make sure that we had sufficient help to do this appropriately, because these folks are violent and they're dangerous. But once again, I want to introduce you to the different individuals that you see here. And I'll start with Samuel Charlie. He's 25. He is a documented member of this gang task force, of this gang. We have designated him as a terrorist federally. He has a criminal history in this country. We don't know about his criminal history in Venezuela. He came here through El Paso in 2023.
I don't know. I don't know.
Walked into the border. It was wide open. It was not difficult. He was one of the leader in these theft operations. He's unemployed, and that's a common theme you'll hear throughout the day. None of these people are working in the United States, but they're living high. So what does that tell you? They're committing crime. They came here illegally through the Biden open border, all but, I believe, one. They're robbing and stealing from those of us in the United States who behave. And at the end of the day, we didn't have to search far for him because he was already in the Osceola County Jail, charged with a robbery that occurred during the period of time we were investigating this organized retail theft group. Then there was Ramon Luna. He's 26. He is an associate. So why do we call him an associate? Because he has not been certified yet, but he's running with these gang members. When we finish our investigations and we finish working with the feds, we anticipate that all of these folks will be documented as gang members. Only 2 are, but he's an associate of theirs now. Interestingly enough, even though they claim not to have known each other, guess when he came through the same month, September 2023, in El Paso, illegally. And as the end of the day, you're going to see pictures at the end of them partying. They've got time to steal. They've got time to rob. They've got time to party in this country, all while they're here illegally, all while they were allowed to just.
You see
walk
what the
into this
reaction
country.
was? It was a live video.
Then
bro.
there's
I'm
Aldemaro Mendoza. He's 26.
You want to do a
He is
show
also
all
an
about
associate.
Trump? Really?
Now, he's the
I would.
exception. He came
Not right
in
now.
2016
Not today.
as a Detroit Tiger
I said that
minor
if you
league
watch my
prospect.
intro, homeless, and watch.
He didn't make it. He didn't even make it to the minor leagues, but he was a prospect when he was brought here. And guess what?
Now
He
I'm just
failed
kicking
to
back,
deport.
feeling smooth with
So
everybody.
while he had
I
a
just did
legal
my job.
status in 2016, he failed to deport. Now listen, 2016
Later, homie.
to 2025, okay, I'm not real good at math, but that's about 9 years, right? The federal government has him in deportation procedures, but in 9 years, they can't get him out of here.
It's definitely
Come on,
not
man.
misleading nobody, brother.
If you don't think the federal immigration system is messed
Telling
up,
you what's really going on.
here's your
brother.
sign.
It is what it is.
All the while, he wasn't hard to find because he was in the Osceola
Please,
jail
devil, man, if
for
that's the
robbery.
devil I know.
That's
Please,
right. Charlie and Mendoza together robbed a person at gunpoint in Osceola County, neither of which should have been here. Then there's Darwin's Leon. He's 28. He's also an associate. He crossed in December of 2021 at El Paso. There was a warrant for removal for him. But despite that warrant for removal, he was here wandering around, committing robberies, committing organized theft, partying. We also know that he was in Aurora, Colorado at the time of the takeover of the apartments. We cannot, and I underscore, we cannot tie him directly to the TDA that was doing the takeover, but he was there during that time period, and he was an associate, and he's running with them. He's also showed up in other areas of the country. So is he employed? Of course, none of them are employed, because why bother working when you can come here illegally and just steal from those of us in this country? Then there's Alexis Benavides, who's 27. He's a documented TDA member. He's also, I might highlight, currently a suspect in a murder in New Mexico. But he's also been to Illinois. You know that state that thinks you ought to protect illegal immigrants? Maybe there are other suspected murderers in Illinois they want to protect. I mean, just thinking out loud.
He just straight up told Illinois what's good, bro. I'm just saying.
He's supposed to be higher up in the organization. And when I asked, what does higher up mean? They just said, well, I said, is he a leader? Is he a boss? No, he's just well respected and higher up in the organization. So when did he come across? August 2023 at El Paso once again. So while he's got a criminal history in Illinois, we don't know what their criminal histories are out of the country, but he's pending a federal warrant for
Americans
removal.
love Grady, homeless.
So at the end of this operation, we have these 5 people who are in this country illegally.
That's one in a fucking whole country.
And not only are they in this country illegally, they're not working. They're not pretending to work, but they're stealing. One of my detectives, and by the way, my detectives are the very best. And this is just one more example of their brilliant work and their relationships with other federal, state, and local law enforcement and prosecuting groups, said they continued as the investigation went on and we tried to tie them together. They continued to become more violent and more violent and more violent. Now we know there should be one map here that shows the state of Florida and the different areas. So regardless, we don't know what all they did in Illinois. We don't know what all they did for sure in New Mexico. But what we do know is the whole time they're here, they're committing crime.
You know what? I'm tired of you, bro.
And that is just one more example of that. So I want to share something with you. I want to share, Ramon Luna, you see some of them are smiling here. But I want to focus another picture of Ramon Luna. You see, it's not such a happy time. Life as he knew it is over. Is he crying because he can't steal from Americans anymore? Is he crying because he can't rob people in the middle of the night anymore? Is he crying because he can't rip off high-end liquor? This is the end of the road for him and his companions. I hope he has his traveling clothes on, because we want to charge them with racketeering and send them to state prison for a very long time and then deport them. Now, some would say, why don't you just deport them and not spend any more taxpayers' money on them? Well, first off, if you deport them, there's no guarantee that they won't try to find their way back. And there's no guarantee that we won't be dealing with them again in murder, robbery, or theft, just as they make their way here. So he's going to be locked up for a long time. We know that 4 of the 5 of these folks came across during the Biden era of totally open borders. You've heard me stand here before and say we don't have a broken immigration policy or a border policy. We have one that's non-existent. This is the kind of people that are coming across. At one point in time, this rascal got on his hands and knees after we arrested him, and he was begging. He's not so bad. Now look, here's the guns they like to carry as they torment people in the street. But he's not such a big bad guy when he's
a foreigner telling me not to show what's going
Maybe he's having visions of El Salvador prisons at some point in time in his future.
Got me fucked.
We know that sometimes 2 of them, sometimes 4 of them, sometimes all 5 of them did these grabs at the same time as they would enter and rob and steal. We know 2 of them, as I said, robbed at gunpoint. But they're not smiling anymore, you see? They're crying. They were smiling during the Trump era. I mean, during the Biden era. They were smiling when they came across. I think we have a picture, another picture of that too, of some of their smiling and their partying. You see, they came across illegally. They were stealing. They were partying. They weren't working. They weren't adding anything to this country. And then you see how cool they are as they sent their pictures back to their buddies in Venezuela and how they bragged about being here. And at the end of the day, they thought it was real cool. We're bad dudes. And they're playing people for a fool. I like to think about, who is it? Van Hollen, that just went to visit this illegal in prison, okay? Well, let me tell you something, Senator Van Hollen. You come here to visit these guys, you'll be talking to them through a glass. There won't be any handshaking. There won't be any politicking. These are criminals and they're dangerous.
It's so easy to become a podcaster with Riverside. You just need a concept and a way to record it. Here's how it works.
And when are we going to figure it out as a nation? These people don't belong here. I'm thankful that President Trump said enough is enough.
He talked about
I'm
Trump.
thankful, when he came here, all of those smiles turned to cries. They know it's coming. We were out arresting people. Right now, I think today I have about 70 or 72 on ICE holes in the county jail. Make no mistake about it. You come here illegally, we bump into you, we're going to enforce the law. We're going to notify ICE.
I want to move
We
there.
also, because of the leadership of Governor Ron DeSantis and our legislature with current
here's
legislation where they provided
I don't know about
enhancements,
this part.
we have enhanced all the levels
Love you,
of
Keith.
those
Thank
we have
you.
charged. So thank you, Governor DeSantis. Thank you, Florida legislature. Ben Albritton, our president of the Senate. Daniel Perez, our Speaker of the House. Thank you all for giving us the tools to keep the people of Florida safe. So my last editorial comment, for those of you across the nation that think this is okay, why don't you find you some violent gang members that we have also designated as terrorists and take them into your home. Let them sleep in the bed next to your children. Let them drive your car, illegally, by the way. Let them live with you, because when you ignore these people and you think it's okay for them to be in this country, they are tormenting and terrorizing and stealing and robbing and murdering people.
Luigi.
42 years old now. For the last 10 years, I've been
What's
getting
up,
paid $10, $15, or $25,000 for one keynote talk. That.
All right, so here's my
How much is
last
it cost?
one, and then I'm gonna watch the Cavs game. Just to add to the narrative of what we were talking about, we're gonna stick with Florida, and we are going to watch what just occurred 2 days ago. Hold on.
By a large, mighty force here. Speaking here.
This is what's going on. I'm not going to sit there and talk about Trump all day when there's actually stuff going on in the world, dude. Come on, bro.
Matt Walsh, your new secretary
Real
of the
stuff.
Department of Juvenile Justice. Taylor
Come on,
Hatch, our
man.
great secretary, Department of Children and Families.
Been doing this long
Tracy
enough.
Cayley,
I know what I'm
Director of
doing.
Operations for Bay Care Behavioral Health. Kim
Thank
Figueroa,
God.
survivor and mentor for More to Life. Callahan Walsh from the National Center of Missing and Endangered Children. And Rita Peters, our fierce assistant statewide prosecutor in our Office of Statewide Prosecution. It seems like we were just here a few months ago, back in July, to announce a record, the largest single child rescue operation in the history of the U.S. Marshal Services. We rescued 60 kids, and our great Marshall Berger here outdid himself with his team.
Yeah, let's ignore that. Take that for your chat, Bubba. Later.
To announce a rescue of
Ignore that one.
122 children.
I did.
In our latest rescue mission spanning over 2 weeks. So please give them a round of applause.
Everybody, hold on. This is for the
As I
last
said back
person that
in
commented.
July, this is
Later.
everybody now knows protecting our
Sorry,
kids,
guys.
keeping them safe, preventing them from being extorted and endangered. That's what it's all about. That's why we go to work every day. It's why we do what we do. There is no greater calling when it comes to law enforcement. So we're excited.
We're
to
9
announce
likes
this
away
rescue
from
effort.
100, yo.
122 kids.
If you haven't hit the like, smash that.
They're now back in our custody. This, however, is not the end of the mission. This is really just the beginning. These kids, ranging in age from 17 down to just 2 years old, many have been through the unthinkable. They've been trafficked, they've been exploited, they've been abused. They need our help now more than ever. This task force worked proactively to make sure that medical care and rehabilitation was ready immediately after they were back in our custody. They're getting that help. We will continue to get them that help find them homes where they are loved, where they are protected, where they will be empowered to lead successful lives, and we're going to get them on the road to recovery.
Bye.
There's no doubt they need our prayers, and they need our help now more than ever. As you hear me say all the time in Florida,
Letting everybody know you say something stupid, I'm not timing you out. I'm just going to erase you.
national standard coordinated task force.
Letting you know now.
Got, Florida Department
I'm
of Law
at that point.
Enforcement,
I don't
Juvenile
care.
Justice, Children and Families, our local police departments, our sheriffs, all working hand in hand with the U.S. Marshals to go out there, leave no stone unturned, utilize technology and every resource at our fingertips to get the job done. So I'll conclude by saying by now you should know if you come into Florida and you want to lay a finger on our kids, if you want to prey upon them, if you want to groom them, if you want to abuse them, everybody up here is coming for you with everything we've got. We're going to lock you up for as long as possible, and we're eligible for child sex battery. We will indeed seek the death penalty. So child predators, stay out of Florida. You are not welcome.
Don't go to Florida, bro.
We will hold you accountable to the fullest
If
extent.
you're fucking one of
So
them,
thank you for being here this morning for this great announcement. With that, I will bring up the U.S. Marshals.
Clearly they don't play. Clearly they don't play.
I can't say enough about the support that he gives his operation. 110%. Thank you so much, General. I also want to thank my director who could not be here today, Gaddy Seralta.
I know, John, exactly.
There was a government shutdown.
That's in Florida. They've been busting it, but not enough.
Was considered mission critical.
But they've been hitting up Florida.
He made this mission critical. So
I mean, Disneyland for sure.
Actually, his mother passed away last week, and her funeral's today. That's why he's not here representing the Marshal Service. I want to thank FD Elite Commissioner Mark Glass. I know Mark is not here, and Special Agent in charge, Mark Burdell. I can't say enough about the support. The command post was actually sitting right now.
What about Disneyland? That's big.
Also, General, I cannot say enough about Rita Peters. She is a bulldog, and that's exactly what we need when dealing with kids. I know Callahan Walsh is here, and I want to thank Terry Santiago, my chief over SIIB, for the region and bringing Mr. Walsh here. It's so important to put a face to this national emergency program. After Operation Dragon Eye, at the time the most successful child recovery operation in the history of the United States Marshal Service, where 60 reported missing and exploited children were recovered, discussions were held between myself and our expert, Senior Inspector Mario Price, to confer and moving forward and expanding the operation to include all of the Middle District of Florida. The endeavor expanded outwards to the cities of Orlando, Orange County, city of Jacksonville, St. Johns County, and all the surrounding jurisdictions, the city of Fort Myers, Lee County, and Collier County, with the hope of equally
See that snipe, Brian? You see that snipe?
That were accomplished during Operation Dragon Eye. Inspector Price.
Yeah. I was muted.
Interest and commitment to enlarge the operation. With the support of, again, our director, Gaddy Seralta, and other headquarters staff. Operation
If they want to play one of those games, go get it down.
Consisted of over 200 partners, to include the FBI.
Me and Ryan like playing snipe games.
4 police departments, 4 state agencies, and 25 non-governmental organizations. By far the largest combination of sworn and non-sworn non-government organizations in the history of the child recovery operations. As a result of Operation Home for the Holidays, 122 kids, the picture should be up now, ranging from age, as the general said, 2 to 17 were located and recovered as illustrated by this photo. Thus far, there have been 6 adults arrested associated with this operation, ranging from charges lewd and lascivious to multiple sexual batteries and there will be more persons arrested in the very near future. The breakdown of the recoveries by location were as follows: Fort Myers, 29 recoveries; Jacksonville, 22; Orlando, 14; Tampa, 57, and 13 were located and recovered outside the state of Florida. 11 of which were in other states in the United States, and
I
4
agree,
were
Cheeks.
located internationally, Mexico and Guatemala. There are many human stories involving this operation. A picture behind me will see the photos of a brother and sister embracing, having been reported missing separately 2 years ago in Fort Myers. In Jacksonville, 2 brothers aged 14 and 15 were reported missing a year ago and found within a trailer park. Both brothers had been exposed to methamphetamine and other drugs by persons in that trailer park. The 2 boys were found under the influence and suffering from severe malnutrition. When found, they
Yeah.
told members of the recovery force, "Thank you for saving our lives." They were later reunited with their mother. These stories are just a small example of the success stories of the operation, which allowed our Middle District of Florida-based child recovery initiatives to stand out. Is the emphasis on what happens after we recover the children. We know these children have significant needs, and once we find them, it makes sense to build these operations alongside of like-minded partners from across the child welfare space. Going back in time when Adam Walsh and Jimmy Rice and numerous other children were abducted and murdered, America made child abductions and locating missing children's priority number 1. Over time, though, such as incidents such as 9/11, school shootings, the war on drugs, have somewhat diminished the priority. But Operation Dragon Eye, Home for the Holidays, it is hopeful, and we're starting to see this nationally now, that the successes we have initiated the importance of missing child cases. I would like to personally thank all the persons and organizations that participated in these 2 operations. I know we have made a difference. Lastly, one special group I would like to recognize: Boomerang Air Charter, a group of volunteers who provided charity mission flights that were used to charter aircraft dispatched to locations to bring back children to the Middle District of Florida. Boomerang Air Charter supported recovery of children located in the states of Illinois, North Carolina, and South Florida. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marshall. Next, Vaden Pollard, FDLE.
Thank you, General Uthmeyer. Thank you, Marshall Berger. It's an honor to be here with you today. I'm Deputy Commissioner Vaden Pollard with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. I'm speaking on behalf of Commissioner Mark Glass. I can't think of a better news story than to have the opportunity to stand up in front of a group of people to announce that there are 122 kids who are safe now. They're safe because of the efforts of this great team that you see standing here behind me. We could not do it alone. Everybody working together in unison, it pays dividends. I don't think I've seen a more committed team to keeping FDLE safe in years. It's been a great pleasure to work with everyone here. Next, I would like to talk to you a little bit about what FDLE's part was in this operation. Our analysts, so we have several crime intelligence analysts throughout the state and also in our Missing and Endangered Persons Information Clearinghouse, also known as MEPIC. All of these kids' names are known. We put these packets together. We do a detailed analysis, dive into social media, make contact with their associates, and do everything we can to find them. And in this case, you see the results: 122 kids. The ages, it's surprising whenever you hear that, isn't it? Can't think of a more vulnerable group of people than our kids that are out here in Florida and that are missing. They are preyed upon by people who want to do bad things. They convince them of a reality that's going to keep them safe, but it's not real. And they're put into a life of servitude. Many of them are. And now these kids are not. So thank you all very much, all of the partnering organizations that come together. We couldn't do it without you guys, and we couldn't do it without General Uthmeyer's leadership. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I think on the year between these two missions and then Operation Light Shine and the Tebow Foundation, I think we got to be very close to 300 children rescued, which is far and away the largest record in Florida history. Secretary Walsh, come on up.
Thank you, General.
Vinny, I remember you, bro. You're funny,
in
bro.
charge of public safety. And between the collaboration of the governor and General Elkmeyer, saving kids is part of public safety. The team behind you can't be thanked enough. In particular, Dr. Catherine Gomez from DJJ. She was our lead. She's our director of human trafficking. And without her leading on behalf of DJJ, it'd be very difficult to be successful. Thank you. I want to thank all of the people from DJJ. We have offices across the state. Between our detention, probation, health services, this was a huge team effort. Very cross and audition to ensure that taking care of the kids that are being found. Again, 122 youth. That is astonishing. The word doesn't found and rescued.
He's definitely boring as shit.
The team behind me. Your efforts can't be understated enough how important.
I don't know. I'm looking at his left shoulder. I don't know if that's a dude or a chick. I can't tell. Whenever they wear those chokers, I always get really confused. And then I just can't. It looks like a little femboy. Here goes. It's sick.
God.
Hey, is that a man back there? I can't tell.
Opportunity to be here. My name
Is that a dude? Is it sideways?
Of
I
serving as
can't
the Secretary
tell.
for the Florida Department of Children and Families.
Let's see what this is. That's not even a joke. No, it's not the same one. That's sideways. No?
For Floridians and their
I
families.
knew I felt
And
some
that's why
sideways
today
on
is
its
so
way.
very important. It highlights the fact that moments matter and the critical nature of
I seen a dude and the sideways coming a mile away. It's like, damn.
I am humbled and again
What's
so
going
grateful
on
to stand
here?
alongside so many dedicated professionals, leaders, and colleagues. Attorney General Uthmeyer, U.S. Marshal for the Middle District of Florida, William Berger, FDLE Deputy Commissioner Pollard, Secretary Walsh from DJJ, and so many others. Thank you to the U.S. Marshal Service and FDLE for organizing today's event. It is an opportunity not only to reflect on the success of Operation Home for the Holidays, but to reaffirm our shared commitment amongst government, amongst
See what
faith
she
organizations,
says. Then I'll let you know,
not-for-profits,
Keith.
and the private sector, unifying and utilizing one another's strengths and one another's expertise to deliver and to promote the safety and well-being of Floridians, in particular children. As evidenced by the numbers that you've already heard and have been reported, this commitment and demonstrated partnership were found woven throughout the entire.
Who's useless dummies? Us or the people that are catching the people? I don't know who you're talking about,
Example
Frank.
of this can be found by
Please
highlighting the
explain.
operations service
It's
hubs that
pretty
were formed
stupid
in
fucking
each
comment
of the 4
if you ask
target
me,
cities,
bro.
hosted by
I don't know, 18 years, 9 subscribers.
Hospital in Jacksonville, Florida.
First time
Campbell
comment.
Health, Baycare's St. Joseph
Frank,
Hospital.
these people
Jacksonville,
just
and Los
arrested
Alamos Children's Hospital in Fort Myers.
to
Each
100
hub
200
houses
something
partners
people,
from
bro.
across all
This
sectors
lady,
to quickly activate
I don't know,
resources,
bro. I think the
providing
person
immediate
behind her though is a
trauma-informed
dude.
services and coordinated support
I
to
can't
those
tell. That's
precious
my focus
122
right now.
children that were safely recovered as they
I don't
began
know.
their journey to recovery.
Smash or
Bringing these
pass,
children
Ryan.
to safety would not have been possible the brave men and women in law enforcement.
Bro, hey, look, I haven't even
But
seen her yet, but
as we
probably
know,
smash.
recovery is only the beginning.
Tick talking, not
Helping
the
a child
dude
heal
behind her,
is
bro.
the work that follows. And strong, positive support is how we, as human beings, we thrive. Operation Home
I
for the
always
Holidays
say
is an
that.
important
Doesn't
opportunity when we come together
This is-
and shared purpose. Thanks to the efforts of many, 122 children are now safe and supported, and that is something that everyone should be proud of. I would be remiss if I did not highlight the contributions of the DCF team.
It's not false arrest. How the hell are you gonna call it false arrest? You dumbass.
As well as criminal
Bye.
justice coordinators and human trafficking specialists to support this mission in real time. Giving well-deserved
They
recognition.
just made them up. I know, right?
To our team of
False as
12
hell,
CF
dude. Are
operatives
you
and
stupid?
heroes from Northwest,
Local
Northeast,
TV, bro.
Central,
This ain't
and
your
Sun Coast
fucking
regions,
mainstream
as well
shit.
as our statewide headquarters team. Thank you.
Are
Thank
you
you for your
dumb?
expertise, your
You said too
unrelenting
much,
dedication,
bro.
and your incredible passion. As a mom and as a leader, I am
Yeah,
so
that
proud
dude is
and
definitely
humbled
checking her
honored to
ass
work
out, bro,
alongside
for
you each
sure.
and every single day. This
He's
appreciation
like,
and
I'd
pride
smash
also
that
extends
shit.
to the outstanding work of our lead agency
We're 3
partners,
likes away. Come on,
providers,
people.
and
There's
victim
almost
advocacy partners,
170
two of
people
which
in here.
couldn't
Not
have
one
come in just a
person can hit a
moment,
like. We're
who
3
work
away.
together focusing on the
204.
importance of trauma
Whatever.
responsiveness, placement, and behavioral health supports for the children that were recovered. I want to thank the leaders from the United States Marshal Service, FDLE, DJJ, and our incredible Attorney General, as well as
Damn
your
right.
teams for your partnership and for recognizing the impact of our agencies and partners' contributions. Thank you for standing in as a posture of partnership in a unified mission to protect such a truly precious population, the children of our great state. Thank you.
Mimsy! What's up, girlie?
Hey, Mimsy.
Thank you. Good morning. It is
Deuces.
a pleasure to stand with all of you once again in support of the incredible work that the U.S. Marshal Service and our local law enforcement are doing to protect children. We are grateful for the men and women undertaking this important and difficult work. This is the third time that Baycare has assisted the U.S. Marshal Service to provide medical and mental health services for children rescued during a child recovery operation. Each time, our goal is to ensure that the kids who are brought to our recovery hub are welcomed into an environment that is safe, comforting, and most importantly, consensual.
Thanks, Mimsy. We're like 1 away
Creating a
or
positive
2 away
healthcare
or something.
experience is a first step to building trust.
I don't even
In
know.
doing so, it is
I
our
gotta
hope
look.
that this vulnerable group of kids will be more inclined
Yeah, we're
to
2
seek out
away.
the future, realizing there are people
We'll
who
hit
sincerely
it
care about
before
their
this is
well-being.
over.
To that end, I want to thank our Baycare team members, from our counselors to our physicians, nurses, security personnel, and more, who volunteered their time and talents to support this important mission. I also want to thank the community and social service agencies that were part of our recovery hub: the Department of Children and Families, the Attorney General's Office, Pasco Kids First, the Crisis Center of Tampa Bay, More to Living, One More Child, Suncoast, and Bridging Freedom. Each provided on-site, compassionate victim advocates and support staff who were instrumental in securing safe housing and offering pathways for additional care and support. Lastly, I would like to recognize and congratulate our other health system partners in Jacksonville, Orlando, and Fort Myers who participated in this operation for the first time. Baptist Medical Center, Orlando Health, and Lee Health really took a leap of faith and each created a successful recovery hub to provide the essential care for children recovered in their areas. As the largest provider of pediatric and behavioral health services in West Central Florida, Baycare is proud to lend our expertise and resources.
You don't give a
to
damn which
missions
one. You
being
smash
conducted by
either
the
one.
U.S. Marshal Services.
It's okay.
To be part of the highly
I
skilled
still love you,
healthcare
homie.
professionals that they have
I'm just
assembled
fucking
every
with
day.
you. Ryan,
These operations solidify
for sure.
strong partnerships between law enforcement, healthcare, and
What?
community-based organizations.
Is this the dude? Is
to
this
work
the
together
dude?
naturally in real time outside of these
That might
operations
not
where
be a
needed.
dude.
It
From a
is
distance,
testament
that
to the
looked
good
like
that
a
can be
man,
achieved when we
man.
unite under a common goal of protecting children and recognizing that each act of care and kindness has the potential to save.
Dude, that black guy behind him is like, man, I want some of that.
Kim from More to Life.
Dude, she's way big. She stood right in front of him. He's like, damn, bitch, I can't see. Like, literally couldn't do, like, block him out. Dude. Look, there he's gone.
Community. I am deeply
There's a guy
thankful
behind her.
to stand with
Him.
U.S.
Looks
Marshal
like a
Service
guy
and
from a
FDLE
distance.
and local law
Can't.
enforcement agencies as we announce the results
Oh.
of this operation involving 122 critically endangered missing children. While the Marshals led the law enforcement mission with extraordinary skill, our role as victim service providers begins the moment a child is recovered and continues long after these headlines fade.
Looks like McDonald's dollar menu.
Conditions. traumatized, and unsure of who is safe. This is where integrated victim services and NGO partnerships make a vital difference. We bring trauma-informed support that helps stabilize a child in the first critical hours after recovery. We help them feel safe, seen, believed, and protected, sometimes for the very first time.
Do you think
NGOs
it's
and law enforcement
let me talk.
partners together, it also ensures that each child's physical, emotional, and mental needs are recognized immediately. We provide crisis response, medical and mental health, safety planning, and support for appropriate reunification. And when reunification is not the next step, we work closely with our child welfare partners to begin to secure safe placements where healing can begin. Our involvement is not only about care, it's also about ongoing support. We help bridge the gap between law enforcement, child welfare systems, community agencies, and families so that no child falls through the crack after a recovery. We focus on long-term stability, ongoing therapy, education support, advocacy, and wraparound care services so that we give each young person a real chance to recover and thrive. This operation shows what is possible when law enforcement and victim service organizations operate as a unified team.
Right, you tell me,
Law
girl.
enforcement partners brought unmatched investigative expertise. NGOs and service providers brought the lens of healing, safety, and human dignity. Together, we created an approach that protects not only a child's location, but their future. To the victims, we see you. To our law enforcement partners, we thank you. And to our community organizations standing with us, your compassion and expertise are indispensable. Our work does not end today.
I don't know what you're talking about,
Today
Keith.
reminds us that when we work together,
Willow?
children can be found.
Isn't that her name, Willow or something?
Thank you.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on.
For missing and endangered children.
Good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'm Callahan Walsh, co-host of America's Most Wanted, alongside my father, John Walsh.
Oh, shoot.
Missing child, Adam Walsh, and executive director at the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. We are honored to stand alongside our partners, the U.S. Marshal Service,
They were white to hide those burgers.
and the impact on children and families here in Florida. Ahead of the operation, NCMEC identified missing child cases from the targeted regions and shared those cases with the multi-agency working group. These cases involve children missing from care, victims of child sex trafficking, children battling significant mental health challenges, and others facing serious endangerments. Every one of them uniquely vulnerable while missing, something my family knows all too well. To support the operation, 2 NCMEC analysts were deployed on site to provide real-time analytical support to law enforcement in the field, leveraging every available resource and piece of information to help locate and safely recover these missing kids. Over the course of the 2-week effort, 122 children were safely recovered, and each represents far more than a statistic. It represents a child brought out of harm's way, a family reunited, and an opportunity to provide
To see a child get reunited was great.
Operations like this.
To see a child get reunited is the best story you can cover because, like, I cover way too many where they go missing and just never get found ever. And it's just like, how does somebody or something disappear completely? No trace. So it's nice to hear the recovery sometimes.
Are critical. They unite multiple agencies, data sources, and specialized expertise around a single mission, bringing missing children home.
Exactly.
We remain deeply committed to supporting our law enforcement and child welfare partners who work tirelessly every day to locate and protect our most vulnerable kids. We are profoundly grateful for our longstanding partnership with the U.S. Marshal Service and for their leadership in coordinating this multiple disciplinary effort. Today, we are stronger, and together we will continue to focus every available resource toward the recovery and safety of missing kids.
Thanks, Adam.
Dun, dun, dun. Rita Peters to close us out.
Thank you for being here. We're proud to share the impact that Operation Home for the Holidays, a coordinated effort focused on locating missing children and ensuring that they are safe as we enter into this holiday season. This operation reflects the very best of the collaborative public safety work of these agencies. Prosecutors like myself, Stephanie Bergen, Mary Salmon, and Emily Frazier from our Jacksonville office, federal, state, and local law enforcement, such as FBI, HSI, St. Petersburg Police Department, Tampa Police Department, Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and I could keep going on. Our child protection teams from our DCF partners, our victim advocates from the statewide prosecutors' offices, as well as the NGOs.
I think we're like one like away. Sorry to interrupt.
And community partners all came together with one mission: bring our children home.
It's right.
This level of teamwork doesn't happen by accident. It happens because leaders make it a priority. I want to extend my deepest gratitude for being part of this operation. Thank you to the Marshal Service, Berger, for his exceptional expertise and commitment, to Mario Price, who picked up the phone about 6 months ago. Unbeknownst to him, I was going to be at his heels nipping at this operation. And to my leader, whom I affectionately refer to as Boss Man, Attorney General James F. Meyer, for prioritizing the safety and security of every child in this state. Their dedication makes operations like this possible, and their support ensures that we have resources and the coordination needed to protect vulnerable children. For prosecutors, participating in operations like this is essential. We provide legal process, subpoenas, preservation letters, search warrants, arrest warrants, and legal advice. But our work begins long before the courtroom. Being on the ground, seeing the investigative challenges firsthand, and understanding those immediate needs of each child gives us the insight that directly strengthens our cases in our advocacy. It helps us identify patterns of exploitation.
Neither. I don't know, bro. What are you doing? Are you smoking a bong or taking a shit?
Can act quickly and effectively and advocate more passionately. More importantly, it reminds us of the human side of this work. Every child recovered.
You can barely hear him speaking?
Is a child who now
It's coming in a little bit louder. I don't know. No, I don't know.
Reported and seen. When prosecutors join these efforts,
It's less loud for me.
recovery is followed.
Well, you got louder, right now.
The service is necessary in the long term.
You guys hear her?
This operation shows what can be accomplished when we work together. When the safety of our children is treated as the highest
Yeah,
priority.
as long as we're not talking.
It is
I
a
don't know.
powerful reminder that every missing child deserves the full force of our collaborative effort to bring them
I don't know.
especially during the holidays when families should be whole, hopeful, and safe. And I leave you with this one request. Mario, when are we doing this again?
We should do it way more. That's the one thing. We all need to do it way more, bro.
A final thank you to all of our investigators and law enforcement. Again, this is why we do the job here in Florida. We're blessed to have these heroes, and we've got their back. I'm certainly going to love on my little ones tonight and hold them close. I hope you all will do the same. Children are such a gift, and anybody that wants to do them harm is going to face the wrath of this team standing up here behind you. So do two things. Get the word out. If you're a child predator, you better stay the heck away from our state. And two, please pray for those that have been rescued and need our help more than ever. I believe there's nothing more powerful than prayer. And pray for those that are still out there missing. And as long as there's one kid missing, we will keep the search and fight going. So with that, Marshall, you want to come up? I know you have some of the more particulars. If there's any questions about the operation, and I'll jump in as needed.
Hit the like, AM. We're one away from 100, Bubba.
That is as a problem here in Tampa Bay. It's just the fact that there's such an openness, and now that we're doing these operations, we're sharing that information. As we're
Someone
getting the
wants
word
to
out,
hit
a
that
lot of
100 run.
jurisdictions don't have that connectivity. And I think what we're seeing here, and this is a blueprint for the rest of the state and rest of the country, to say that collaboratively we can make success. And I think that's the key thing, is it's all about gathering information, working with analysts, and getting the job done. It's a very complicated question from the standpoint that if you look at the children involved, many come from very bad situations at home. Many are foster children that leave that foster environment. We got to kind of tighten those organizations. We got to reach out to those kids, local law enforcement, domestic violence situations, and make sure that it's just not take the report, move on, or do the criminal aspect.
Thanks, bro.
Get our partners here,
Much
activists
love.
involved in this, and hopefully turn these kids around. Yes, sir.
So on the question of how do we combat this more globally, well, number one, we keep doing
Much
our
love,
best
man.
and that's number one. Number two, where you see a lot of this trafficking and abuse, it's almost always tied to illicit pornography industries that are going after
We
minors,
talk
and
about
we're
this,
cracking
Keeks.
down there. It's tied to large-scale drug networks. It's tied to the open border, and we're obviously cracking down there to prevent a lot of this criminal activity that creeps over and spreads out. When it comes to the medicinal, the
That might have been
rehabilitation, there we've got
best
state
one we've
agencies
gotten
looking for
so
the best
far.
ways to provide the medical care
Summer?
and ultimately improve the quality of life where these young people are set out.
Won't let me like
to
it.
succeed. So it's multifaceted.
Thanks,
I believe
bro.
it does start with law enforcement cracking down to highlight the issue. A lot of people they don't understand human trafficking is real. But it brings the idea, oh, it's 8 kids in the trunk of a car. Sometimes it is, and that's horrific. But it's also often more complicated than that, with ties to prostitution, to pornography, and to illicit drug trade. But really, we're going to keep fighting with everything we got. If that's not clear. Any other questions?
I'm on mute, Billy. How?
You're not on mute. I hear you.
Well, I took it off mute, but
Sure. Well,
I've been
there's all
on mute
kinds
for
of
the
new
last
products that are
20
coming into
minutes
the
or
state.
so,
A lot
at
of them are
least.
from overseas. You've got hemp. You've got Chinese vapes. You've got this kratom leaf, where we've cracked down on a
Chinese
highly
vapes.
potent, chemically enhanced kratom product 70H. We've been doing raids across the state on that. Again, there's a lot that the legislature really needs to look at. I didn't sign the letter because it came from the NGA, the non-governmental AGAs Association. I wanted to look at it a little bit more and figure out the best way to regulate. But Congress passes the laws, and a full sweeping regulatory overhaul of hemp, I think, was greatly needed. Our team is looking in on that, and we're going to make sure that we're getting illegal products off the market. We're going to protect our consumers. We're going to protect our kids. And if we see that 708, you guys, if you don't know what the 708 is,
69.
it's dangerous. It is dangerous. It's highly concentrated. We've taken measurements that are 13 times more potent than morphine, and it was being sold, on a shelf right next to candy and retail products. So just because it's on a shelf doesn't mean
Just
that
went
it's
from
gone through all the
69 to
regulatory
189.
approvals. It
Nobody's
does not mean
fucking
it's safe.
streaming nothing.
There's
I
a
swear to
lot
God.
of new products coming in, and it's up to us, state
At least we
law
made it.
enforcement and the legislature,
We finished
to
it
get
up.
involved, crack down, and make the tough decisions to protect our consumers.
No, you fix your audio and come back, brother. Original one. Fix your audio and come back.
Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think that's why partnership is so important. We touched upon the state agencies that are wrapping around to support and preserve childhoods. We also touched upon the local not-for-profits, the faith-based entities. It's everyone coming together to make sure that it's very person-centered, that recovery journey, whatever that may be, whether it's behavioral health, whether that is helping through education. It's a myriad based on that individual being very person-centered to help support them in their journey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everybody for being here.
All right. Is that it? All right. I'll talk to the chat for a minute, say what's up, and then I'm gonna roll out. Let's see what we got in here. Keeks, what's up, girly? Keeks, thanks for your participation today. Yeah. To those that wanted to talk about other topics, man, like I came in here with watching a live hearing on immigration. So I stayed on that topic and went into the results of why we are fighting for immigration. Why do I need to change to a dead topic? So I'm going to continue to speak on what I feel like needs to be spoken. And what needs to be spoken is the truth, not a bunch of shit. Okay. And the truth is there's way too many kids missing. There's too many people that are being brought into this country that were brought into this country that need to get out of here. And we need to protect ourselves. And if you're not from here, you don't know that. And I'm sorry. You can watch the news and act like you know something, but you don't. So whoever, come here and learn something or don't. But at the end of the day, things aren't that, I'm here to make sure that the kids are, that's the most important part. They're the ones to look after. And when I do stories about that and people bitch, there's something wrong with you. Okay? When a man's talking about recovering 122 children and you come in and you complain, you got issues. You really do got issues, whether it's TDS issues, whether it's daddy issues, mommy issues, something, but y'all got issues. I mean, come on, dude. This wasn't a left, right. This was just a damn video talking about, this was a press conference talking about what they recovered. This has nothing to do with politics. I don't understand how you make it any type of race or nothing. This was recovery of children, which we don't talk about every day. There's not really, like, look at DC. More children go missing in DC, the smallest district in the whole entire country, but nobody talks about how they don't get recovered. Come on now. I mean, it's ironic that we're doing, talking about Florida and our buddy, the buddy guy that everybody wants to talk about is what? Lived in Florida? Maybe they cracked down on that. I don't know. I'm not in control of it, but I'm telling you what I know. I wish I knew about Maui. I wish I knew where the kids were from there. Paradise. Where are the kids from there? Where are the kids from North Carolina recently? Where are they at? There's bigger topics to talk about than Daddy Trump, okay? And if you are American, you would understand that. Now, Trump is in the news for sure. But if you're out to try to get to people or get whatever you want, talking about Daddy Trump isn't on my agenda. I'll talk about him when I want to. But I think we all personally should be grateful that there's people out trying to nab these people. We don't want these people in our country. And we don't want these people that are doing this nasty stuff to children around. I can't wait to end this show not feeling disgusted that these people are on the run. The fact that these people are in jail, I'm going to end this show feeling pretty good about that topic today. Trump is almost the only thing on the news here. That's what I'm saying, Keeks. That topic is dead, bro. I'll talk about him, and I was going to, but how do you go from immigration to that? It's like that's a whole separate topic. That's a whole different video. It's a whole different complete scenario. I would approach it a whole different way. You don't combine the two. I mean, I could if I wanted to go for 7 hours, but I'm trying to keep it at 3.5 hours, which I got 7 minutes. So I said, I'll chop it up with y'all for sure. And I'll speak with you guys. But yeah, man, open borders can't fix stupid people. I know, Ro. Open borders wouldn't be a problem if people actually, no doubt. Look, dude, there was a point in time. Look. Most of us, normal people, back in the day, we didn't even think about this stuff. Because, yes, people were coming here, but they were, we didn't have, like, oh, we need to. It started when Obama was president. I'm not blaming the left or the right. I'm just saying he started deporting people hardcore, as did Biden. Let him in. He brought him right back into our country. Now it's a nasty fucking, it's gross on every end. I'm not proud of it at all. So all of it's fucking just a bad stain on our country. I can't argue with that. We should never even be in this position, I was screaming this. If you go back, I think today's my 420th video, right?
What?
420th video is tonight. And you know what?
Oh my
If you go back, I've been yelling at this for 400 of them. This isn't a new topic for me. So what? You stupid Reagan gave them amnesty? Really though? Yeah, it's my 420th. Yeah, leave colonizers. Get the fuck out of here, you snowflake. No one gives a shit about you, fool. Later. This is not this ain't snowflake hour, bro. Goodbye. Nobody's gonna miss you. I hope you didn't chat GPT that and ask what's the liberal way of presenting, because that's what it sounded like. Thank you. You want to get triggered, tune in tomorrow. Got you. I hate. Oh, bro, as soon as I see that, gone. I'm done. Because we all know the truth. Even the people that scream it know it. They don't even know their own shit. Isn't Drake a colonizer? And the truth of the matter is, I show God he's a liar. Huh? Because they not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Yeah, fuck you, bro. Oh, people claimed established land. I'm not even getting into that bullshit. I don't care. I'm gonna watch the Cavs whoop the shit out of the Toronto Raptors on national television. That's what I'm finna do. I'm feeling good that I saw Adam Walsh come in and say, look, we are coming to Florida and we ain't playing that shit. Those weren't just politicians, bro. Those were people. I'm not saying that I trust them all the way, like they're going to stop the problem, but at least they're making an attempt. And this is 2 days old, which means that's an operation that they just did, which means they're ready. I feel like if I want to end on that, I got 3 or 4 minutes. I feel like personally, they should be doing that all the time. Like 122 just isn't even enough. It's not enough. For as many that go missing, they need to recover way more than 122, but that's still great. It's still a come up. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying that's still a come up. But I wish the number was, 500. 5 times that, because you could. If you could get 122, what's up, Logan? How you doing, buddy? Yeah, if you can get 122 people, you can go ahead and do more. That means you took the time, probably took however long, do it again. And do it again until you get the problem solved. Don't just get your 122, brag about it, and then move on. And that's what I feel like is happening a lot, bro. Hey, what up, Clutch? What's up, Doc? What's
Wow, Clutch.
Haven't
In a
seen
long time.
it, man. What the? What's good with you? As a felon, I can scare enough sour apples enough to make a real panic for those they thems. Good, brother. Good. Man, good to see that name. It's been a while, bro. Man, we're just talking about, we watched, to those that don't know or just tuning in, we watched, it was a Senate hearing, but most of the Democrats did not show up. It was not a Republican hearing. It was a bipartisan. It was for all of the Senate, but they chose not to show up. We watched that. We watched some Sheriff Grady Judd. We watched how he just tore some people apart. And then we watched the recovery of 122 children out of Florida 2 days ago, which is a great story. Other than that, we're just bullshitting and ending that. I can't see how the topics of the day were something to complain about. What about you, Ryan?
I mean, the only thing on my mind right now is cabs.
You said Cavs?
Yeah, the Cavs, man.
What's the score?
I mean, I don't know. I haven't got off of here. But yeah, I mean, I thought it was a great show.
I thought it was, not just a great show, it was informative. It was for the people to learn something, man. Like, everybody knows about Trump right now. I literally would rather not do YouTube than talk about Trump on the daily. Honestly. If you guys want to keep me around, don't ask me to talk about Trump on the daily, please. Because I don't like it. I don't. Brian knows that. I get annoyed. Brian knows I don't like that. I don't like dividing the when you want to talk about division, me talking against or for, I just try to stay neutral in the middle because that's really what I am, but I'm for the truth, whatever the truth is. And the truth is, I don't trust none of them. That's just the truth. 33-21 Rockets. We're playing the Rockets, not the Rebels. I hate the Rockets.
What?
They got Kevin Durant. They got Kevin. Oh, Cavs are winning. Don't you dare do me dirty like that. I was about to say,
wait a minute, dude. This ain't adding up right. Like how you almost made me turn on the TV.
I was like, dude, we don't lose like that. We're way too good, dude. We're like the Buckeyes of basketball right now.
Yeah, Cavs are behind.
Fuck the rest, whatever side they are. Exactly, Clutch. It don't matter what the truth is, bro. I mean, it don't matter what side you're on. If you're standing on the side of the truth, I'm with you. And that's what people got to understand. And, a lot of people from the outside looking in don't understand that. And at this moment, even if we watch mainstream stuff, we're trying to get the truth out of it. We're trying to debunk it. We're not trying. It's not like we stand on it. It's going, yeah, this is crazy. This is not legit. Oh, yeah. Thanks, Keeks. I usually, by the time I turn on the Cavs game, we're usually winning by 20 points. It's just like the Buckeyes. They're just like the Buckeyes, dude. They just whoop your ass or they'll lose. Like they're good. They're good. But
we'll be coming back here in a second.
Just got some wax and I'm ready to smoke a half a G and maybe feel something. Hell yeah, Logan. I just got some shebang, some sherbet, some shebang number 22 cured rosin. Or live rosin or live resin. I can't really tell. But it smells good as shit, though. I haven't tried it yet because I hopped on this mug. But shebang is some gas. Facts. Reality for one is completely different. Reality for another. Facts. Exactly, brother. You know what I'm saying. Like, even if you see me showing this, man, that's not because I'm showing you what the world's seeing, and I will give you my opinion. But you got to let me play things through. What I like to do is debunk. I like to debunk it. I like to break the spell, like the mainstream spell, man. I'll be showing you mainstream shit. I'll tell you this is not true. I'll stop and say, nope, this isn't true. Yes, this is legit. I mean, more people need to do that. I know plenty of YouTubers that do that though. So I really, people say, let's talk about Daddy Trump. No, I want to talk about the digital ID. That's my next topic. I want to talk about the digital ID. Like, I got a lot of other stuff I want to talk about, but I definitely have to do an update on if he signed the stuff or not. I definitely will, but I need more material first. Like, I just did enough. It's going up for the Cavs as I'm looking at the score. Yeah, because we're getting exactly, Keeks. That's what I was yelling the whole from June, July. I'm like, dude, we already know this stuff. It's just nothing. I'm gonna keep it moving. The truth sets you free, bro. The truth is what matters. I don't like right now. Do we like? I could sit there and I could have showed you. I could have showed you. Trump just did a live, had a live dinner, with the Prime Minister of Saudi Arabia. I could have showed you that. But honestly, I felt like showing y'all something that might not get as much views. Because if I would have showed that, that would have gotten more views. But that's not what I was going for. I was going for not that. I had plenty of views. I had plenty of people watching. That wasn't it. And I love it to see Clutch and see everybody in here because y'all keep me wanting to give y'all the truth. Kiki's, Keith, or seeing y'all, seeing you guys in here, it's like, look, the truth is only what matters. Everything else, bro, like, I don't give a damn what none of y'all politics are. As long as y'all are annoying and aren't full-blown leftist weirdos, I fuck with you. I don't give a damn. It's not about left or right. It's about being right. Fuck. I don't understand. Ryan now, he blames everything on the left. Okay,
No, not me.
Ryan, this motherfucker right here, this dude
Alien.
right here.
Nice to
I
see you,
swear to
Bubba.
God, dude, if the Buckeye, when the Browns lose, it's the liberals' fault, bro. Okay,
No,
damn liberals. Yeah, everything's the liberals' fault.
that's not. I never said that.
I know, Clutch.
Not
I know
one
you
time
like.
ever.
Clutch, you've been around, dude. Clutch, you've been around from Strange Days, right? You go that far back, dude. That's gangster shit. What's up, Alien? What's up, Bubba? Yeah, we've been live for about 3.5 hours. I'm just BSing now. I've been wanting to go live and just turn it on and bullshit with everybody. I was gonna do it from my phone for old time's sakes. That's cool, man. Dude, I was listening to Rogan. All right, you guys, if y'all listen to the new Rogan with Theo Vaughn, the first part he's talking, they're talking about it's a good one, right? And he starts talking about Art Bell about 20 minutes in, him and Theo Vaughn, and Joe Rogan's talking about Art Bell. And Rogan was a guest on Art Bell, and he's saying all the stuff that we always say about Bell, bro, right? And he's saying like, yeah, he's like the GOAT, the best, everything. 1 a.m, the best of pet. Every one of us have the same vibe as him, but the best part is he brought up, he even had a time traveler on his show named Madman Markham. And guess what? So did we. We had him. That's pretty dope. He brought him up to Theo Vaughn in the show 2 days ago. Yeah, and we had the dude he was talking about as a guest
I don't, bro.
on our show, bro. I thought that was a pretty cool thing.
Sorry, I'm answering for me.
You don't know who that is?
No.
Can I tell him?
Please, no, you better tell me now.
Flint.
Oh.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Clip that. Somebody clip it. Dude, hey, you guys want to, hey, look. I didn't want to say your government, but you did it. See, I still keep it. I still try to keep it a little gangster if I can.
Yeah, I know, dude. You didn't have to say your name. I know. As soon as you said "fuck Flint," dude, I knew
No, I say Flint to try to keep your government off, but it's all
it.
good. Yep, Keeks remembers. Hey, just so you know, Keeks, homegirl that we both know was busting out those things on too. I had to leave. She'd be playing with those things. That still ain't my shiz though. Hey, Prometheus seems to be like in my book. He seems to be like a theology guy all around. Like I don't see him as just like some witch or something. I think he likes to dive into all types of that art. That's my judgment. That's not true.
I know he smokes pretty good weed.
I know he lives in Michigan, and I know Michigan and Ohio were just ranked having the two best weeds in fuck country lately.
Damn.
Yeah,
You know,
dude.
for real?
Michigan got #1, bro. Like over Cali. Like people are leaving from Cali to Michigan, bro.
Wow.
Yeah, Michigan's taking over.
It's kind of, I don't know.
Michigan's taking over. And guess what? So are we, because we got better shit than Michigan.
I was gonna say, dude, like,
No offense. No offense. Hey, Keith, no offense, bro. But I will say this: your ticket's pretty good, but ours is getting good. Though. Our price is now down to like a good enough price that plan on smoking lots of. Who you do? Because I'm planning on smoking on this shebang Earl that I got as soon as I hit N. I plan on it. I actually have a master's in theology. See what I'm saying? I read y'all, but I read y'all anthropology, but that doesn't mean anything. See, I can read you guys. I can tell how y'all brains roll. I can tell how y'all brains roll. Keeks? Now she's a master at the Bible, bro. She knows her stuff. I personally wish I was. I told her that the other day. I wish I knew more. I wish I knew verses. Like I wish I could remember that.
I try, man, but
What's up, Alex? What's up, buddy? How you doing, man? Haven't seen you in a while.
Alex, hey, oh my God.
Good to see you around, bro. You got some good shit? What
You know,
smoking
Ben,
on these days?
you know, Alex is smoking on some good.
Yeah, I'm gonna say what you smoking on these days, Bubba. No, you smoking good. I know. Look, bro, I got this shebang. Earl. I got the flower too, and it's stupid gas. I can't wait to try the fucking oil. I can't fucking wait. I came home and went straight live. I didn't even get a chance to try it. I went straight live. I came home. I saw that they were talking about. I saw that the Ted Cruz talking, and he was just tearing shit up. I'm like, yep, this is my type of shit. I'd rather talk about that. So I called Ryan. I said, Ryan, bro. He's like, there you are, motherfucker. Because I went disappeared, slept on yesterday, like, or all night or whatever, and he was ready to go. I'm Christian, but how did Jesus pray to God if he is God? No, he isn't. He's the Son of God. I don't know. I mean, is that a trick question? Because it's like, are we talking about ask Keeks, see what she says. I don't want to answer stupidly, but I would say the Trinity would say he's the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. So you could pray to
Alex, please redo that again without the cap. Without the caps. Sorry, Bubba.
He is the same substance and the word, but not God. Yeah, he's not God. No, he's definitely not God. He's definitely not God. But I was always taught the best way to get to Jesus or God is through, like, if you want to get to, like, talk to God, sometimes you can pray to Jesus. If you want to get to Jesus, sometimes you can pray. That's what, like, to Mary. And the best way to Jesus' heart is through his mother. That's what I heard. That's what I've learned, and growing up. Jesus is absolutely God according to Scripture. John 18. Thomas exclaimed, "My Lord and my God," after seeing the resurrected Jesus. Well, that's just what. Well, I mean, everybody can take that in any way they want, but that's kind of how I would read that would be.
This is where I stay out.
Yeah, this is where, like, well, look, no, Jesus was sent here through God. I mean, I don't.
Right.
He's this. It's not no. Shorebird cannabis card. Nice. Where is what does that say? I can't read that. Yeah, what do you guys say? What do you guys say in the chat? Help me out here. There's something about a hair. Oh, my eyes are getting bad. I can't even read that one. The Jews answered him, "It is for a good work that we are going to stone, but for blasphemy, because you being a man may make yourself God." That's again taking biblical and just putting it for your agenda. I don't know about that one either, Bubba.
You're right.
That's not enough for me, man.
Not him, you. But yeah.
It's the value of God losing his only son, but Jesus is equal. I mean, Jesus is God, like God's son. I mean, as a father, of course that's your son, but he's not God. He was man walking the earth. He's not God. Once his feet hit the earth, he wasn't God no more. That's why it's the Trinity. It's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. All right, I'm gonna leave it at that. Okay, call me crazy, but that's what I believe. A lot of people don't. A lot of people don't believe in the Trinity. I mean, I think it makes sense to me. Waiting for our blood because God is Father. Exactly, Clutch. I'm not letting AI try to talk me out of what I know. It's all good, Bubba. Jesus is the only begotten Son, but not the only Son. Mimsy limbs. Exactly. Well said. Mimsy limbs. Let's see what Kiki says. I've been waiting for Keeks to chime on in. Where's Keeks at? He calls for that's the best one, Clutch. He calls for God as Father and prays to him. Thank you. Jesus sits on the right hand of God. Thank you, Keeks. Also, the subcategories of Jehovah Witness and Mormon. I mean, Jesus, the only begotten Son, but not. Yes, thank you, Mimsy. Clutch said, the Bible is based on personal perception to me. Yeah, that's what I said. You can take any verse and make it flip to your liking, I would never give you AI. I'm not saying you're giving me AI. I was talking to Son of Cool. I'm not saying he's giving me AI. What I'm saying is he's pumping out all these verses to make it fit a narrative, but none of it really. Yeah, is that who's saying that? Again, you can take this right here, and who is saying that? Man? And who's he like, dude? Martin Luther broke from Catholicism. All right, yeah, no, whatever, dude. Anyhow, where's Alex at? Damn. I don't think that's true. Sorry, dude. Keeks, this is where you come in, man. I might bless this stream
Where's
and
Geek?
bad. Hit the like, y'all. Hit the like. We're a couple away. We're a couple over 100. Like, a couple more always makes it better because YouTube likes to mess around, take views away or not views. I don't give a shit about views. You can't even tell. They could take 50 or 100 views away. I wouldn't even know. But likes, you'd be like, how the hell did I have 110? Now I got 106. That makes sense. It's how you understand scripture, so for not that we don't believe it. Exactly. It's basically what we're saying is you can take scripture however you want. It's interpreted in many different ways. And by just posting like certain things and not knowing what's before it or after, because I'm not, like I said, I'd have to read it. I'm not going to really compliment on it.
You see, what happens when we start talking about this?
Yeah, I do. That's why I don't want to talk. I mean, it's not that I don't want to talk about this topic. I don't mind it. I'm just talking with the people. But
I know.
yeah, I do.
Either just can't stop it. I mean, we got what, 10 minutes to 4 hours.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Keeks. I've been waiting. Like, go. Come on. None one of us actually know anyone who says they do is lying when we die. No. I'm with the Clutch. I know Clutch has been messing with me for a long time because that's something I've been saying forever, brother. Where's it at? This one right here. That's what I say about flat Earth. That's what I say about all these topics that, it's like theoretical. We're talking theoretical stuff. We'll never know until we die. Until then, you have faith in what you do. I have no faith in Trump and any politician. My faith is in God. That's about that. Bringing back Scrippies and chill one day soon. Mimsy, we do need to do that. I need to do an open panel. We do bring back the script and we do talk about that stuff because we used to get it in. We used to do that and it was fun. I think I could probably get some people to get together and have one of those conversations one night, because we used to have some dope ones on the old channel. Remember that? We would go from talking about what are they called? Cryptoids? Some cryptoids to like straight Bible. Like we would straight have an hour of straight yeah, bro, we used to straight kick it. I know. That's a whole nother that's a whole nother part of my YouTube life that people don't even know. Mimsy's been around for it. Dude, I forgot your dude is really smart too, Mimsy. I forgot your dude's real smart too. I forgot. Damn, Mimsy, you've been around for a grip.
Yeah.
She was in them. We had some really good conversations, dude. We would have about 8 of us on the panel tearing this stuff up. Very good.
Hit the like, share, subscribe.
Look, I know we're done like 20. It says 28. I don't even have. Look, I haven't even been looking at the views, y'all. I haven't even cared. I've just been sitting here talking, y'all. I haven't really been paying attention to any of that. I haven't really.
Chat's going strong.
What's that?
Chat's still going strong.
I just want to, yeah. I mean, dude, when was the last time I got on and talked to the chat?
Been a while. A little bit.
Yeah, I haven't got on and just talked to the chat in a while. I wanted to go, like I said, live from my phone. Live from my phone, but it just wouldn't let me.
Dude, Reed would keep it.
Hold on.
Dude, that's funny.
Oh yeah, by the way, let's talk about this real fast. We never talked about it. And then we can get up off. I don't care. But hey, who was watching yesterday's stream? Anybody? I'm down with the cryptid. See, Billy, dude, we can have these conversations. Like, dude, I had a whole nother channel that some of these cats have met me from. You know, like Mimsy and
He wants back in the
But
dirt.
you know, and a lot of cats, dude, we started off with paranormal, like Art Bell topics. You know, I would do flat Earth. We had like the ghost in the, you know, like talking about how, you know, CERN was trapped, you know, taking in all the, you know, trapping in all the demons, and we would have demonology, angelology. I mean, you could go back in my own. If you go back to the beginning, um. If you go back to the beginning yesterday, or to the beginning, today's my 400th. Thank you, Mimsy. Exactly.
Come on.
Love you, Mimsy.
He's
But yeah, if you go
dude.
back to the
Come
beginning
on,
of my
bro.
catalog, you'll see all that stuff. It didn't. That's why he came to fulfill the law. Hit me with the Discord. I got you, Bubba. I will. Right now, I'm just sort of like, there's too much going on. My laptop's making a lot of. Actually, I might be able to do it from my phone, but I'm just focusing on the chat. So
Dude, we'll do it after the damn show, bro.
I'm not
Don't worry
on
about it.
live chat, dude. I wasn't even on live chat, bro.
Dude.
I wasn't on live chat.
Come on, man. It's been 2 years.
No, it took me off.
Fake.
Because I just had to set up a new.
I swear to God, if mine's not set. Oh, thank
Because
God.
my studio went away. Yeah, Keeks, we used to talk about Jesus as your father, my father, your God, my God. Well said. Check out Jesus. Yeah, we had, you know, I had a channel where we talked about cryptids, we talked about everything. Literally. I don't think I've left a topic in my YouTube career untouched, unturned.
420 videos.
420 videos on this channel.
Yeah.
On this, I
Go
have another
back
100
and watch
on
the
another
shows.
channel, another 100 something on another channel, bro. Am I right, Mimsy? Come on. You knew right away when I was on that other channel that it was going to go straight to this, that I was going to end up on my, you know, doing it. You know, you've seen it happening. But I wanted to talk about this before I end it. And that was yesterday. Oh, I don't know, but cryptids are my shit. Never mind, I won't bring it up. I won't.
I understand that. Sorry. I'm just catching up.
All right, guys, we are at. I'm now just. I enjoyed talking to you guys. So, like, honestly, I was like, where are we at? Damn, we're at 4 hours. See, I was trying to do 3.5. Then we went 4. We got 4 more minutes. Might as well use them up. Creepy Pasta is a YouTube channel that talks about like that. Actually, the dude from Creepy Pasta might have been on my podcast before, dude. Mike. He talks about Dogman. Hold on. Let me look real fast. I'll show you the episode. Billy, look up Dogman Creepy Pasta and see if it's named Matt did the talked about Dogman. I'm telling you, he was a guest back in the day. So, you know, I started to try to read my phone. I can't read and talk, apparently. Why, son? Everyone is talking. No one is mad. What are you talking about? No one ever said anything to you there, son. We're there. Keeks is talking to you. I don't think anybody's being rude. I don't think. I mean, I kind of let you guys have your conversation. You know, I'm letting y'all just finish it up. I'm not really getting in the middle. I trust that Keeks and y'all are being cool. You know, I'm not worried about it. That's what we're doing here. That's what this last little half hour, 40-minute bit, it was just to just to get, talk to y'all for a minute.
Interaction.
Oh. I've heard of creepypasta. I thought it was a YouTube channel, bro. Yeah. The wind down. I mean, I presented my stuff, and then I'm going to say something. I'm going to talk to y'all for a minute. Sometimes I do it, sometimes I don't, but I do it the most I can. I'm trying to learn how to do it without cussing a lot. That's been my practice because I want to do different platforms, and I think I can do it. I think I can. I think I have now made it enough streams now to where I have not swore too heavy, and I've been able to control things I say, and I think that I've gotten past that part. I know, man. Hey, especially on here, dude. I watched some of my old shows today with my mom, just like some of it, and later, Clutch, man. It was good seeing you, Bubba.
Peace
Come
out.
back through. Don't be a stranger. But yeah, I would start cussing in the first 10 minutes, dude. Like in the first 10 seconds, I mean. I'd be like, what the F's up, mother uffers? Like before I even started the show, I'm already swearing. I'm like, this is why you can't share this with your mom and your friends, you know? This is only for for certain people, I guess. That's why, peace, brother. I had to what's it called? Ryan, help me out here. What's the word? I had to watch my damn language on this damn channel.
Yeah.
Sorry, dude. I go ham sometimes, but right now, can't eat. I'm doing a dab and then I'm getting the F out of here. Who's smoking with me? Anybody?
Oh, I'm not smoking another one.
Oh, I'm doing it. Yeah. You come on, smoke one more.
Yeah.
You almost made me use a word you don't like me using. It would have been your fault. It would have been your fault, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all my fault. It's always my fault. Oh, man.
Way to go, Ryan. Keith, check your damn thing. I'll send it to you right now. I got my dab ready.
All right, Bubba.
Wait, why your numbers look good? I didn't have my neighbor just brought me through. Oh no, I'm just sitting here chopping it up, man. You know. I'm trying right now. I'm trying.
I don't want to get out the chair. I wouldn't either.
There we go. There you go, dude.
You'll get it. Don't worry. It'll come.
I just sent him. All right, time to bless this, and we out. Hey, you peacing? Who said peace? Who's peacing out?
Oh, I think it was Steve.
I'd rather be in conversation.
He said send me the Discord. I said, I'll make sure. And he said he'd
Yeah,
send it.
so you
And
guys
then he
know
said he sent it. Ryan, why are you guys leaving? Candy, 4 hours and 5 minutes. There's 20 people, 30 people in here, probably plus. And it's like, we're tired.
We want to watch basketball.
Yeah, the Cavs are on. We're going to miss the end of the game.
I just ate a gummy. I just got some really good dabs. I just got a whole ounce of rosin. I haven't done any yet. Come on, guys. I didn't just get a little bit. I got enough to last me a while.
Yes, Keeks. I agree, Keeks.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna bless it with the dab, and then I'm out the door. And I love everybody. I gave you guys a lot of time. I stopped and gave you a full like 40 minutes, almost longer, past
I
what I
know.
wanted to, because I really enjoyed. Oh, we're up by 17. I'm not even gonna turn it on.
We're not up. We are not up.
Yes, we are up.
You want to bet?
Wait, the Cavs are losing by 17 now?
Yeah, man.
Oh!
Fucking TV in the background.
Get out of here, Keeks. That ain't right. That ain't right. So look,
because we're not watching the game.
Look, I want to tell you, if y'all got any ideas of stuff, let me know. Don't don't pew pew the messenger. I rolled up on it, didn't put no concentrate in it.
No caps, brother. Please. I'm sorry, but can't.
You know what?
I'm a
Marley
dick.
said, look, even Marley said, hey, Candy. Marley just said, yo, daddy, get the fuck up off of this motherfucker. Kick it with me, please. All right, everybody. I don't even want to do this live. I'll just do this when I get off. You know what I'm saying? So, y'all have a beautiful day, night, and I will see you guys. What's tomorrow? Thursday? Probably not tomorrow. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? If something pops off, you'll see me. Otherwise, it was great seeing everybody. Keeks, love you. Thanks for popping in and all the help. Candy, I love you. Enjoy your night. Thanks for popping in and all your support. Alex, enjoy your night. Thanks for your support. Keith, likewise, my brother. Hope I'll talk to you in person. Mimsy Limbs. Thanks for popping in. Don't be a stranger, man. And we will have another one of these nights. Trust me. And should get together and have a big night. We'll get Keeks, Mimsy. See if your dude can come on and we'll have a big conversation one night. I'm always down. I have a Discord too, so I can always go live from one of them, whatever. So that being said, y'all have a good one. I am going to dip out of here. So y'all be good. Peace out. God bless. I'm out. Cool. Later, y'all.
Love you guys.
Love you guys. Peace.